Good morning. Welcome to the Thursday, November 13th open session for the Carroll County Commissioners. And as we always like to do, we will start with a Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. And we'll start with priority, Carol, and I think we start on the left.
I'm on the left. I don't want to steal your thunder. I thought I'd wait until you all talked about this, because we all participated in a lot of wonderful things last week. Started off last Thursday night at the Land Trust Dinner, and several of us were there, and we learned all about what we're doing with ag preservation in our beautiful county, where agriculture is a priority, and we want to maintain in our whole county the views of what we want in Carroll County, which is to protect our way of life, and I think we enjoyed that annual dinner. And then we had, what day of the week was that? Tuesday of this week. Secretary Coker from Department of Commerce, Secretary of State, was here in Westminster, and you guys can talk about what you did, but we had a breakfast here for him to welcome him to Carroll County and his team, and then he did some visits up in Westminster. But I met up with them down in Sykesville and visited some businesses, new business and some that I've already known of. One is I keep saying this wrong, Zidiotech at Warfield, unbelievable new business we have down there in the Warfield complex. They make high-tech machinery that basically takes breath and respiratory stuff and can detect different things in the air, whether it is a biological agent, it's bad, or some kind of disease. And the technology is still being tested, but it's unbelievable if it would work in some of our public places and in our hospitals to detect airborne illnesses and airborne pathogens. Then we went to Northrop Grumman and visited. They're looking at expanding down there, and they're doing a lot of wonderful things. They've got some new technology, not new, older technology that they use on nuclear subs that they possibly could end up using for fueling data centers instead of power lines going across our beautiful farmland. So the fact is that the technology is there, and hopefully cooler heads will prevail at the FERC level, or smart heads will prevail and start mandating that we use some of these new technologies to power our data centers, like these small nuclear reactors versus power lines. And then we also went to Patapsco Distillery. Unfortunately, it was wonderful listening to what they did during COVID and turning their alcohol into hand sanitizer, but they have great spirits down there. Unfortunately, I had to leave after like 20 minutes. I didn't get to enjoy their spirits, but so the secretary got to see all the good things that were going on in Carroll County. And then yesterday we had, 2 days ago, we had Veterans Day, and we have a list here of all the schools that had presentations for veterans to honor our veterans, and I'm in awe. I love the fact that we have school on Veterans Day, and that every school, pretty much, lists of every school honoring veterans, bringing in their families, bringing in their community members. I know that my grandkids in Massachusetts are off that day. Well, we want to be here and honor our veterans and know what Veterans Day is all about, and our schools do a phenomenal job of that, in addition to all the different people in the community that do that as well. But especially we need our youth to remember the sacrifices that were made for our freedoms today. And the one that we went to yesterday, the Veterans Breakfast, was for Bridging Life, which is our former Carroll Hospice. We've been doing that for about 15 years. Very fine program again. We used to have a number of World War II veterans there and Vietnam veterans, and we were down to one 96-year-old or 99-year-old World War II veteran, and just 3, I think, Vietnam veterans. So we're losing those folks quickly, but we want to make sure that we do not forget, and we don't in this county. But the one thing that Bridging Life mentioned yesterday, our hospice, is that we are, and this has been for many years, we are number one in quality, and we are number one in utilization in the state of Maryland, and I think we're high nationally. So we have got one of the best hospice programs anywhere, and I was on the board for 10 years, and I can vouch for it. It's a wonderful place, and they do honor their veterans as well. And then on Veterans Day, many of us went all over the county to different functions. We had flags for our heroes. The South Carolina Rotary put that on, and if you drive up Route 32, they had several sets of flags just all along. And all week, the wind's been blowing, and those flags have been beautiful, just blowing in the wind all along Route 32 for our heroes. And we had a program at Haight Funeral Home on Veterans Day morning. So lots of wonderful things going on in our county, and I will turn it over to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. Good morning, everybody. I'll be as quick as I can because I know we have a lot to get to today. So first, as Commissioner Krebs had mentioned, along with everybody up here, I had a wonderful time at the Carroll County Land Trust Preservation Dinner. I won't go too much into detail about that because I know that Commissioner Gordon will certainly have some words about that. But I do want to highlight and compliment Jackie Roquet, who works for the county in agricultural preservation. She gave a phenomenal presentation at the dinner about the Ag Preservation Program, as well as highlighting the farms and those who own them who were entered into the program over the course of the past year. So I certainly want to commend her for that. Second of all, I had the pleasure of attending the annual Christmas fair at Pleasant Valley Fire Company over the weekend. Wonderful, enjoyable experience with the good people as always, full of vendors with incredible talents and more. And they have this really awesome model train display that they set up every year. And this year in particular, they also had 2 additional Lego model displays as well, which I thought were really awesome. So third, along with Senator Justin Reedy and Tawnytown Mayor Chris Miller, Mayor Pro Tem Rachel Miller, Police Chief Baker, and Major Mitchell, I had the honor of attending the Veterans Day ceremony at the Hessen Snyder American Legion in Tawnytown. It is, as Commissioner Krebs had noted, it's humbling and inspiring to be around such incredible men and women who have served our nation and to be able to offer gratitude for what they've done. And as always, I want to compliment and commend Legion Commander Kate Irwin, who did an incredible job organizing and leading the observances and proceedings. And last but not least, I had the privilege of attending the monthly meeting of the Farm Museum Advisory Board. They're finishing out the year strong at the Farm Museum, including preparing for budgeting and preparing for some awesome new things to come next year. For example, one of those, in partnership with Mission Bee-Leave and Carroll County Beekeepers Association, the Farm Museum is going to be receiving a pollinator garden. One of the methods for planting the garden, as I learned, is called a seed bomb. And apparently that's where you mash seeds up into a wet biodegradable paper ball, allow it to dry, and then you spread the seeds by throwing the ball. And so I certainly look forward to trying that out when the garden gets planted next year. Additionally, we got to converse with one of the museum's newest employees, Ann Gilbert, who you may recognize as a councilwoman from Westminster. She's a dedicated community member who will be helping to head up the events and functions at the Farm Museum. I want to give credit on that note to the museum's board members and to the amazing volunteers who have decorated the farmhouse for Christmas and for the holidays, the theme this year being holiday films. And so each room in the farmhouse has a different theme and is very much worth a tour. And commissioners, that's all from me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Carroll County. Just got a couple things real briefly. Chris, if you could go ahead and put the first one up. So, as many of us may be aware, yesterday was the death of the penny. After 232 years in circulation, we will no longer be seeing pennies after this year, which were all minted yesterday. And of course, most of this is being looked upon as a cost-saving measure, but there's over 300 billion copper pennies still in circulation to this day. So just wanted to mention that real quick. That's a little piece of history that we're all a part of. Land Trust was mentioned. I'll be really brief on that. This year's honoree was the Lippy Brothers Farms, which were recognized for their decades of dedication and contributions to agriculture in Carroll County, and a well-deserved honor for them and their continued commitment to farming in our community. Also wanted to mention real briefly that we've preserved 781 farms in Carroll County, which totals 81,426 acres towards our 100,000 acre goal, which was established in 1979. I know some people have seen some of the articles on the news, and I know there's been some articles regarding the master plan and us looking at housing and agriculture and such. And I know there's been some very interesting, diverse comments on that on social media. But I do want to point just one thing out for education and transparency's sake. Some people will look at us and go, well, we don't want to turn into Montgomery County or this county. We can't. 81,000 acres definitely changed that course. So I would say ignore the fear mongering in that sense, because it can't happen. We don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the availability of land, and that 100,000 acres is roughly a third of Carroll County, which is a huge business for us as well as just a way of life. So we have, and the generations before us have made certain that that will not happen, so you can rest easy in that regard. Also want to mention just real quickly, myself and Commissioner Krebs attended the Life Bridge Veterans Day breakfast. Always a wonderful event. Truly humbling to see all of our veterans that are in attendance. As she mentioned, we've lost most of our World War II and veterans that served in Korea. But I have to say it was truly remarkable to be a part of it and hear all of us singing the national anthem written by Francis Scott Key in Baltimore, and we're also close to that geographically. I thought that was quite a moment as well. And then yesterday evening, or late afternoon, myself and Commissioner Kyler attended the Drug Treatment Court class of 2025. Always good to see members in our community work through these momentous milestones and building courage, perseverance, and hope. And as they have happened to say a lot when you're at those events, if you have to have issues, you want to be here in Carroll County, because we do work with the public and try to get them the assistance they need. And that's all for me.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Carroll County. I've got a couple announcements, and I'm not sure which one we'll go with first. I don't know if, Chris, you can load some of the... Okay, here we go. Maybe you can go to the website. You can load up the website. So, the board here, we spend a lot of time talking about mental health, whether we're talking with the Carroll County Public School System, our citizen services, or the Carroll County Health Department. We all have mental health. I think that's the important point to mention. Some people struggle with mental illness, but we all have our own version of mental health. So I'm excited this morning just to talk a little bit about a new group down in the southern part of the county called Paving the Way. The motivation behind this group is John. We lost John during the summer of 2024. He was a Century High School graduate, and Paving the Way is a very interesting organization. I'm proud of them. A lot of good people behind it, and really what their focus. And you can see their website right there. And I've also got a visual of their Facebook page, because there are a couple Paving the Way foundations out there. But Paving the Way is a really interesting group, and I think they're hitting a demographic that unfortunately I think is often overlooked. People who are heading off to college, people doing that transition, maybe you're joining the military, stepping into the workforce, training for a trade. Transitioning from high school to adulthood is not a single destination. This is from their mission statement, defined by the world, but a personal journey full of twists, turns, and uncertain terrain. We don't assume everybody's road looks the same. Along the way, we'll experience real challenges and opportunities. Figure out how to deal with the pressure to have it all figured out. The emotional toll of starting fresh, the illusions of social media, shifting life plans, balancing new and old relationships, and what comes next, whether it's traditional or non-traditional or unexpected route. They gather monthly to explore the unique and purposeful path one step at a time. So they meet on the second Thursday of each month. So they actually meet this evening, and this is at St. Joseph's Catholic Church down in Ellersburg. I would encourage you to go to their website. They've got a turkey bowl coming up on November 29th. But whether you're down in the southern part of the county or not, whether you've got a child who fits this description, and I think at some point we all do. If you have kids, they're going through this, and I think oftentimes we do overlook the pressures and the changes that occur, in particular from high school to college. There's just a lot of expectations of young kids, and social media is the worst thing in the world for a lot of these kids, and they only see the good things on it. And this group, I'm proud of this group. I'm proud of the people behind it. And I would just ask for everybody watching and who have concerns about loved ones themselves to please take a look at this group. Go to their Facebook page. Again, they meet on the second Thursday of each month. They actually have a meeting this evening at St. Joseph's Catholic Church. If you go to their website, the St. Joseph's Catholic Church website, you'll see a link over to Paving the Way. But very proud of this group. Please check them out. Lend them your support. And again, just another example of what people do in Carroll County and why we're so good at what we do and why we're such a great county to live in is people don't stand by and just wait for marching orders to do the right thing. We just kind of take it over. And I think a lot of people in this room right now fit that category. So Paving the Way, please check it out. And then lastly, Word's getting out now. I'm going to talk about solar a little bit. Word's starting to filter out now, but the Public Service Commission was looking at one in particular project along Fanny Dorsey Road called Chaberton. It's the easternmost solar project that was proposed. And we spoke a lot about it on this board. It wasn't an over-exaggeration, not hyperbole. It really was one of the most egregious examples of what a solar project could look like because it was right up next to residential homes, actually technically even below grade from across the street from a lot of homes. And this board, in addition to prohibiting solar on ag years ago, argued very robustly that this particular project should be denied based on that basis, because that's not what these projects should do to surrounding and adjacent residential communities. And yesterday, the administrative judge overseeing the case for the Public Service Commission came down with a ruling and denied the permit for this particular project. We spent a lot of time on this project. I want to thank the board members for their support. I particularly want to thank Commissioner Kyler for his leadership in this because he chaired just about every virtual and public meeting we had. This issue of solar really started before this board was seated. The genesis of these solar projects and the concerns of citizens really started down in my district. It started actually on Hoods Mill Road, and this was the second project. I remember meeting with these folks before I even took office. It's been a really long road. Of course, anything's possible. Never say never. It's not over till it's over. So there's an appeal process involved for the landowner, and they've got until I think the end of this year to go ahead and appeal. But for people who are watching in the county and who are looking at the same similar circumstances with this burgeoning number of solar projects that are popping up, I would encourage them and their legal representation to take a look at the ruling by this particular judge. We are shocked. We are pleasantly surprised. I think if you had to put a number on the number of these projects the Public Service Commission has approved and probably will approve, it's got to be close in the 95, 99%. So we're pleasantly surprised. And just finally, a word to my constituents down there and all the county residents from across the county who joined them. I'm very proud of you. You didn't give up and you didn't give in. And I think that's a great lesson for all of us. When the odds are 99% you're not going to win and you manage to get to this ruling, you should be proud of yourself. That is absolutely the spirit of this county. It's the spirit of our country. Don't give up and don't give in. And that goes across the board, and that may apply to things that, sometimes we don't all agree with. But I think it's a great lesson to learn. So my congratulations to everybody down there. My sincere thanks to our legal staff here, Mr. Meehan, who additionally helped us with some of these cases and who is continuing to help us with the additional case on Fanny Dorsey, which isn't over, and the staff, and again, my fellow commissioners, and the administrative law judge who oversaw this particular case. I think Commissioner Kyler may have a few comments as well, but we were just so pleased and so grateful for her. Her desire to make sure everybody was heard was really astounding, and it was so wonderful to see, and it was refreshing to see. And she was very adamant that people had an opportunity to raise their concerns and be heard. And I think that's what we're all looking for when things are happening that we have concerns with. So again, my congratulations to everybody down there. It's a great day for them. I'm hearing from a lot of them. And again, I just want to thank everybody who's been supportive of this particular issue as we move forward, because it's certainly not over yet. There's a lot more coming, unfortunately. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I normally try to interject. I love Carroll County, but I, as most are aware, also love wrestling. Our Hall of Fame banquet was Sunday in Annapolis. We inducted a 30-year Secret Service agent and 6 lifetime service to wrestling awards, and the Secret Service was the Outstanding American, and it's very impressive, and it's a great fraternity, and I love the event. We mentioned the Land Trust dinner and Donald Lippy and the Lippy brothers, and that was an awesome evening. I want to compliment Carroll Media. They did the video of the Lippys. They had Donald, his son-in-law, some grandkids. It was a great video. And I want to compliment Rec and Parks. The same evening, they did their Hall of Fame and volunteer awards at Charles Carroll. And unfortunately, we can't be two places at once, but that was an evening where I kind of wish I could have been. The Land Trust dinner, somebody complimented Jackie, and JP had to miss it because of a very sudden death in his family, a heart attack of somebody much younger than I am. So met with some constituents. We met with Secretary Coker, and he, kind of like you said about the judges, he made notes, he kept notes, his staff was attentive. He's a good secretary, and I love it when they come to Carroll County and visit us. Transit Advisory, we had our meeting. Veterans Day, what an awesome day. I started the day at Gerstel, and their whole school is very active in veterans event. And Fox 45 started at 5 a.m. interviewing staff down there. And about 8:30, they interviewed me. And again, I love it when I get a chance to talk to the world about what we do for veterans in Carroll County. Then went to Hampstead Elementary, where the whole student body was part of that. A lot of veterans there, and everyone there got a flag pin given to you by a student. And the school system had so many. Again, it's about like Rec and Parks and Land Trust. You can't be every place. But they had a lot of great events for veterans. And then I ended the day with American Legion Post 31. They had their annual veterans event in the old armory. I don't know how they got the pickleball guys to stand aside, but they were able to use that gym. And they asked me to speak, and again, I got to share with them a little news about what's going on in Carroll County, but more specifically, how much we do for veterans in Carroll County. And I'll do a quick commercial here. Many veterans' concerns and many of the great people, great staff people in Carroll County, one of the things that happens, either veterans don't know what's available for help, or they don't come forward because they don't think they deserve it. And every veteran deserves it, and every veteran needs to know about it. So we need to work on that. I apologize to the health department. I got tied up in other meetings and didn't make the opioid prevention meeting yesterday. That's always a great meeting. It's 2 hours. Different law enforcement people are there, different health department people, different nonprofits, different recovery people. It's a great event. So I apologize for missing that. Drug treatment graduation, again, I compliment our court system for what they do with that. And we had 4 graduates that were awesome, and their families were there. It's a great event to attend. And I don't know many details about it, but I think there was an event with the Veterans Court in Baltimore that morning, and we're part of that. The last thing I want to mention is something about the sheriff. And no, back to the picture. Sorry. Can you put it back up? Yeah. I entertained a troop of scouts here one evening, and I've done it a few times, and I've also been at their events a few times, different scouts. So I gave them a tour of the building, and brought them in here, and they were quiet still. And I said, "No, sit up there and run a meeting." So they all sat up there. I told them,
You're looking
I
good,
said-
Commissioner Gordon.
I know, I'm looking very youthful.
Very
said,
useful.
open the meeting, and I said, most days, Commissioner Vigliotti uses this because I forget, but yeah, I forgot all about that. Thank you, Chris. And then they had questions, and specific questions. How many votes did you get? What percent? You know, it's like I wasn't prepared for this, but great thing. And Vivian Daly, who keeps me straight, had gift bags for each of them. And once I waited till relatively close to the end to let them see that. And once I did that, the meeting was over. They were into the bag. So, yeah, thank you, Chris. And now to last, I want to mention, and some of you may be here for this. We've been getting emails. I understand there's stuff on social media. I try to ignore it. That we need to make a statement about the sheriff. So we did, and some emails after they saw it asked what our statement was, and I kind of said you saw it. So I want to read that for everyone here. Under state law, the sheriff is an independently elected state constitutional official with authority set forth in state law. While county governments are responsible for funding the office of sheriff, he is not subject to the direction of the county commissioners with regard to the conduct of his office. And interesting enough, I talked to Major Justin Baker yesterday. He sent a memo to Tim Fry, who's the Director of Investigations with the Office of the Maryland State Prosecutor. And again, we had nothing to do with this because we have nothing to do with this. Mr. Fry, on Thursday, December 6, 2025, allegations were made in a divorce filing, later withdrawn, claiming that Carroll County Sheriff James T. DeWeese has or had engaged in sexual relationships with deputies and staff of the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. It is important to know that no complaints or allegations have been made by any members of the Sheriff's Office. In the interest of transparency and maintaining public trust, I respectfully request that the Office of the Maryland State Prosecutor conduct an independent investigation to determine the validity of the allegations contained in the withdrawn divorce filing, signed by Major Baker on 11/12/25. So I just wanted to let everybody know what has happened. As social media goes, there was a lot of misinformation out there, and so that's the facts. And if you want to make public comments, you get 3 minutes at the end of the meeting on items that aren't on the agenda. You're welcome to do it. If the fact that you now know statements were made and you don't want to, you can have a great morning. So Commissioner Gordon wants to share a proclamation with us.
Thank you. If anybody would like to come up to the front regarding National Youth Homeless Awareness Month. So I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation, and then we'll allow you all to speak as well. So we have a proclamation for National Youth Homelessness Awareness Month. Whereas Congress passed its first resolution recognizing November as National Homeless Youth Awareness Month in 2007 to build awareness of the issue of youth homelessness, including its causes and potential solutions, and work to prevent homelessness among children and teens, and the Integrated Work Group of Youth Programs estimated that as many as 4.2 million youth aged 13 to 25 experience homelessness throughout the United States each year. And the Circle of Caring Homelessness Board estimates that 176 children and youth were at risk or experienced homelessness in Carroll County in FY25. And the youth experiencing homelessness on their own are more likely to be victims of physical and sexual abuse, labor or sex trafficking, and other forms of exploitation. And the youth experiencing homelessness face challenges due to educational disruption, unmet basic needs, lack of transportation, increased responsibilities in the household caring for younger siblings, and homelessness-related trauma and stress. And the Carroll County Commissioners recognize that Carroll County Youth Action Board seeks to end youth homelessness through community-driven action and lived experience leadership by working with local organizations and providing a positive, nurturing, and supportive environment for the youth of Carroll County. And the Carroll County Local Management Board and its network of partners are committed to working with the youth and the Youth Advisory Board, Youth Action Board, to identify appropriate services that reduce barriers and enable youth to transition to being successful adult citizens. Now, therefore, we, the Board of Carroll County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim November as National Youth Homeless Awareness Month in Carroll County and urge all citizens to recognize the challenges faced by youth who are at risk or of experiencing homelessness and support them in becoming successful adults in our community. Adopted this 13th day of November 2025, signed the Board of Carroll County Commissioners.
So,
Good morning.
Good
good
morning.
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 Thank you. So my name's Carly Long. I'm the Continuum of Care Coordinator for the Department of Citizen Services Division of Housing. Part of my job is facilitating the Youth Action Board, or YAB for short. So I want to start by thanking you, Commissioners, for the proclamation for Homeless Youth Awareness Month and your ongoing support. It's not the most pleasant topic to talk about, but I'm glad we're able to shed some light on the issue of youth homelessness that often goes unseen in our community. Youth experience homelessness in many ways. Some may be staying in a car or tent, in a shelter, or with friends or family members, and they may not be accompanied by their parent or guardian. So you'll notice many of us are wearing green, so this is for Homeless Youth Awareness Month, as green represents growth and hope. One of the great things about Carroll County is how many organizations work together to support youth struggling with housing instability. I'd like to take a minute and thank the following organizations for their involvement and support with the YAB and providing services to youth: the Department of Social Services, Department of Juvenile Services, Carroll County Public Schools, Westminster Youth Project, Boys and Girls Clubs, Springboard Community Services, Human Services Programs, Potomac Community Services, the Health Department, the Department of Citizen Services, where we have the Youth Housing Navigation and Youth Rapid Rehousing Programs and the local care team, the Grants Office, Circle of Caring Homelessness Board, Find Your Purpose, Carroll County Youth Services Bureau, Carroll County Public Library, the Care Healing Center, and so many more. So I've gotten to watch the YAB grow and develop over the past year. The YAB's been doing outreach at community events, raising awareness about youth homelessness and recruiting new members. The YAB also got to attend the National Summit on Youth Homelessness in DC and the National Symposium on Solutions to End Youth Homelessness in Baltimore. Milo, our YAB president, is a member of the Executive Board and Youth Homelessness Committee for our Circle of Caring. And the YAB has also been participating in the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development's Youth Homeless Systems Improvement Work Groups, providing feedback on services for youth and teaching YABs across the state about what we're doing in Carroll. This year, the YAB's holding its second annual drive, collecting personal hygiene items, winter coats, and cold weather gear for youth experiencing housing instability. We were able to collect and redistribute over 40 boxes of personal hygiene items last year and are hoping to collect even more this year. There are people and organizations I'd like to thank personally for their involvement with the YAB and the drive. Ed Singer, Maria Lowry, Addison Essinger with the Local Management Board, and Heather Simes, People Personnel Worker for CCPS. They're fixtures at YAB meetings and are always willing to take on extra tasks to help the group out. Celine and the Space Committee for helping the YAB secure a meeting space in the distillery building. The YAB's Executive Board, Milo Riddle, Kat Beal, and Calvin Miller. And the rest of the YAB's members. I've gotten to watch them grow so much this year and can't wait to see what they do next. Angel Hill and the Westminster Youth Project. Angel was integral in getting the YAB started and continues to help to get the youth to YAB meetings and events. And the Westminster Youth Project is helping the YAB to collect monetary donations for the drive this year. Aaron Bishop and the Boys and Girls Clubs of Carroll County, their middle school torch club selected the Yabs Drive as one of their service projects. Billy Live and Find Your Purpose for helping with the drive and giving us the idea to expand what we're collecting to include winter weather items this year. We have some collection locations set up already, and there are more and more being added as the drive continues. So far, we're collecting items at the Westminster Youth Project, Carroll County Youth Services Bureau, St. Paul's Church. At Carroll County Government, we have boxes in the Grants Office, Workforce Development and Citizen Services, Boys and Girls Clubs location, and we'll be collecting items in person at the Miracle on Main Street event on November 29th. So we welcome everyone to come out with their donations and meet the YAB. So thank you again. I'll give you a minute to hear from our president, Milo.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Milo, and I'm the president of our county's Youth Action Board, working to advocate for our homeless youth population. I want to take a moment and shed some light on what it's like to be a homeless youth, especially during these winter months. Think of the past week. How many hot meals did you have? Hot showers? Did you crank up the heat in your house? Did you put on a nice warm coat before coming into work today? These are just a few examples of common day-to-day things that many homeless youth can only dream of. And yes, there are many resources in Carroll County, as Carly listed, which are saving graces for many, but that's not enough. Most of these youth don't want to have to rely on these crutches. They want the independence that was taken from them. We are behind everybody else and have to work twice as hard to achieve stability and to survive in a foreign adult world that no one prepared us for. This year's drive strives to lessen the burden of these youth, as being and feeling clean should not be a luxury, neither should being warm and comfortable in these dropping temperatures. The items we collect this year will be distributed throughout the school system, local youth-based organizations, and more. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak out on this ongoing issue in our county. I now pass the mic to Aaron Bishop.
Hi, Commissioners. Thanks for hearing us on this issue today. I think youth homelessness is something that is a wider issue than we realize in our county, and I think we are all that work with youth see it in some sense. Boys and Girls Club oftentimes sees kids that are either coming out of youth homelessness or oftentimes going into that. Many of our families are just a paycheck away from homelessness, and I think we saw that with the government shutdown over the last 2 months. A lot of families were in dire straits, and so this year, Boys and Girls Clubs of America has chosen youth homelessness as their national service project, and so our clubs are jumping in to support the YAB with this hygiene collection, make sure that we're raising awareness of youth homelessness so that people in the county and that kids' peers understand that this should not be a stigma, that this is an issue that we need to all have empathy for and figure out how we can support each other. So our torch clubs, which are our middle school service groups at all of our site locations, so Westminster, our Northwest Middle School site, our North Carroll Clubhouse, which houses Manchester Valley, Shiloh, and North Carroll Middle School students, our Oklahoma Road Middle School site, and our Sykesville Middle School site will be collecting hygiene items for the drive.
That's all.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Does anybody have questions, comments?
No,
What?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gordon, please go ahead. I don't want to.
You know, I know we say this a lot up here, but I think we really do a good job as a community. And it's not the five of us, it's everybody. And thank you all for doing what you're doing. Obviously, you know, I think it's great that Boys and Girls Club has picked up both nationally and locally what they're doing to support this. And, you know, I think to Aaron Bishop's point, you know, this shouldn't be something where you're looked at in a certain light because of situations. I'll just say this. I think everybody in this community, whether we agree or disagree on various things, I think everybody comes down to it at the end of the day. We all want to have a good quality of life. We want to be healthy. As you mentioned, you want to have a warm meal. You want to be warm. You want to have, you know, the proper clothing and such. And I think we do a good job as a community, but I think it's always something we can shine a little more light on. And I truly appreciate you all coming in this morning and bringing this forward to us.
And I will echo my friend's very wise and profound words. Milo, I want to compliment you for sharing what you have this morning. And let me ask, if somebody is in need of assistance, or if you know somebody who is in need of assistance, who is the first person they should contact? Who do you get in touch with?
Carly.
I would say we kind of have like a no wrong door system in Carroll County, so really any of the agencies that I listed off would be a great place to start, and they'll connect the youth with whoever they need to be connected with.
Thank you very much.
And we love having you come speak, but the price is we need a photo. So whoever you've got with you, if we need to stay up here because there's too many of you, we're fine with that. So come on up. I thought it might be a crowd. Thank you. Thank you all. How do you do? Thank you. Thank you.
Very well said.
Thank you for coming, guys.
Yes, thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is the deferral ordinances. Last week, this was presented and discussed, and staff developed the ordinances, and we're back today, and our decision today is to say we want to take this to a public hearing. So, Commissioner Krebs?
Yes, thank you.
We have comments. Do you want to hear them before or after?
Let me just give the overview first, and we'll start with one, we'll do one at a time.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You want the
Either way.
comment?
No, let me go over the overview of why we're doing it, then we'll start with first one, and we'll go through each one, let them comment on that one, and then vote on each one at a time. Vote on each one at a time, each deferral.
Yeah, I think so.
So I'm
Yes,
going to
yes,
just do an
sorry.
overview that's going to apply to all the stuff of why I brought these forward, and then we'll do one at a time. And then you can comment after each one. We'll do storage facility first, and then whatever's next. Cluster, then retirement home, and then planned commercial center. So that order. So my first comments are just overall, to get everybody on the same page. It is a little bit of a confusing process how we do things in Carroll. And I know there's a lot of people listening, so I just want to very briefly just let everybody understand how things work in Carroll County. In Carroll County, we have 8 municipalities. That's our towns. Each of them have their own mayor, town council, planning commission, board of zoning appeals. They have total authority over their planning, and they do a good job. They have their own master plans that they have to implement. So we don't have any control over the towns. Those things, for better or worse, they're accountable to their people. And then the rest of the county is the unincorporated areas. And the unincorporated areas are everything else, and I wish I had my map up here that Chris gave me, my nice map. I should have put it up here. And that's all the ag land and all the stuff you see going up 32, all the small communities, all the way, everything else that's not in those areas. And then in the southern part of the county, so we have the 8 municipalities, I don't have to name them all, but, Mount Airy and Westminster and Hampstead and Manchester and Union Bridge. I guess I did name them on. And Hampstead and Sykesville. And then we have the largest growth area in the county, which is the Freedom District. We call it the Freedom Community District. And it's sort of weird because we call ourselves Sykesville. That's our zip code, but that's the town of Sykesville. Even though the post office sits in Eldersburg, we never talk about Eldersburg. But we have schools by all of those names, Sykesville, Freedom, and Eldersburg. But the Freedom Comprehensive Planning Area goes from the reservoir on the north to the reservoir on the Baltimore County line, down to the Howard County line, excluding the town of Sykesville, which is a small town of 4,000, and then it goes to Route 97. That is basically the Freedom District, Planning District. That district is controlled by the county commissioners because it's unincorporated. It does not have its own mayor, town council. It's not a charter government. We are the rest of the county. We're the unincorporated area. So in 1977, that area got together, they put together a plan and said, we need to have some organized growth. And we're a good candidate for growth because we do have water down there, because we have Liberty Reservoir, and we have a nice wastewater treatment plant. So we do have the facilities in place. So in 1977, community members got together with the county and put together a growth plan, and it was very well done. And if we had followed it, it was very well thought through. And then in 2001, the purpose of a plan is to update it. How are we doing? How are we implementing the plan? How are we following the different land use? And they had it planned out. I won't get into it, but it was very well planned out of where different types of growth would go within that plan. And they put visions of the community in there, what we're looking for. And I mean, I know we all want to keep it country. I think somebody ran on that years ago, and Donald Dell, and keep it country. But we're a growth area, but we also want to have a nice community and grow well, just like our towns, most of our towns do. So in 2001, they updated the plan. It was just to see how are we doing, and some of the stuff had not taken place. A lot of the roads that were supposed to be put in had not been upgraded. So there was another push to do some of those things. But we had a lot of growth in the 90s, tremendous growth. And then we're supposed to update our plans every 10 years. It used to be every 6, and now they moved it to every 10 years. And we were 17 years in the last one, getting it updated from 2001 to 2018. They actually started before that, but it took 6 years to get the plan updated. And it was a painful update because it was just painful. Hundreds of people came out because the original plan that was put in front of the Freedom people was sort of thrown to us, and it wasn't done the way it was done in the past, of having people at the table from the Freedom District to write the plan, and it was sort of given to us and say, let's react to it. But thank goodness, with all the community input we had, after 6 years, we got a new plan, and it's called the Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan. It's got all different sections in it, and it's got housing and utilities, and it's got all different parts in it. But we're going to focus on the housing part today. So in the plan, you're supposed to follow your plan. And it's got, what is it the community wants? They did surveys, they went out, and lots of time and staff energy in this plan. And then it is the role of the staff, and we have a large planning staff, and a planning commission, to implement those plans, to say, how do we get this to happen? And that has been part of our problem, that sometimes we haven't clearly put who's in charge to make sure the plan is implemented properly. So after we went through the last Freedom Plan, we have these things called land use. And the land use says, okay, this is where you put this kind of houses, R40,000. This is where you put R20,000. This is where you put different types of commercial. And so it's all laid out on the map, so you homeowners all know what to expect. And most of you live in a community that was built that way, and used to be a field, and now it's a certain type of housing. And it was laid out fairly well in the master plan. But what comes with this, like you have this land use, and you say, okay, what's next? Well, what does that mean? What does R40,000 mean? What does commercial 1 mean? That's called your zoning. That's called your definitions. I'm explaining that because the devil's in the details. And I'm just going to read something quickly. And what happened I'm saying this for the sake of the development community, which the one thing we want in plans, everybody, is predictability, both the people that are investing there to build, buy property, and the people that are current homeowners. But in Carroll County, historically, and this is the way you're supposed to do it in state code, in law, in Carroll County from 1965 to 2014, a comprehensive plan, which is the Freedom Plan, and we also have a Carroll County plan for the unincorporated areas, and we have a small Finksburg plan, which is just for the commercial corridor. It doesn't have housing real component in it. So we do have 3 plans, but this is the one, is the growth area. And those 3 plans, all of the board controls all 3 of those. But for the sake of the housing component, in this sake, it is the Freedom District that has the growth potential. So historically, from 65 to 2014, a comprehensive plan accompanying comprehensive zoning maps and related text amendments were all on the table at the same time. What does that mean? It means that your definitions go with the land use. So you see the map and you say, oh, this is C1. What does that mean? We don't know until you have the definitions, until you have what can go in that particular zoning. That's the way it always has been done. That's by law the way it's supposed to happen. And the public can then see and inspect it prior to you adopting the map and adopting the plan. You're saying, okay, this is the plan, and here's the words that make it be implemented. And they go together. And they usually have hearings on that and before the Planning Commission and the county commissioners. And we are the legislative body, and we make the final decisions on the comprehensive plan after it goes through all these hearing processes. Many people write in. The planning department then writes up the recommendations to the planning commission. Planning commission nods their head. Because the planning department is supposed to be the experts on this. So this procedure is prescribed by state planning and zoning enabling law, and it was employed for 49 years in Carroll County. And it's what real comprehensive planning and zoning actually is. And it's complicated. I'm learning it every day, what it all means. The above process was changed. I'm going to tell you who wrote this, and this is someone I respect very much. He's the original planner in Carroll County, Ned Kuman, very respected by people here and understands the right way to do a plan. And he along with the community wrote the 77 plan. I think he was here for the 2001 plan. Very wise man, and I've learned so much from him. And he explained this to me back in 2020 when this was happening. So this is back from 5 years ago, this letter, because that's how I understood what was going on. So the process changed. And it changed, and I'm not pointing any fingers to anybody here because most people weren't here. None of us were here. Our director who's helping us try to get this fixed, was not here. It was a former planning director that had a different view of how things should happen. And thank goodness, I'm just saying on the record, that she is long gone, because it caused a lot of problems. She didn't have the same view as the citizens here, and sort of put her view in front of us and sort of guided this mess that we're in today by doing things not the way they were supposed to be done. In the current process that was happening then, instituted for the preparation of the 2014 Comprehensive Plan update, which is the master plan, the county brought forward a revised comprehensive plan for public hearing, but procedurally did not bring forward at the same time the corresponding implementing measures. In other words, the accompanying zoning maps, the definitions, what can go in that zoning. That's called your text amendment. So once you get the language down, you'll understand what I'm talking about. That would be in accord for the updated plan. So they didn't have the definitions for what they were writing. So it's really not a plan, it's just a bunch of colors on a map that we think we know what they are. So they brought this forward subsequently. So six years later, and this was written in 2020, the county has been and still engaged in a continuing process to implement a rezoning plan and text changes that would be consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. And ditto for this is for the, I say 6 years later, that was for the Carroll County Master Plan that they didn't have the definitions written, and also the 2018 Freedom Comprehensive Plan. So it affects the rest of the county too. It's just some of the high-density areas cannot be done in the rest of the county, but some of this stuff does affect, could in a negative way, some of the rest of the county. So, cut to the chase, I won't go through all this, but under the county's current process, and this is back in 2020, those individual property owners who are now requesting their zoning to be changed to be in accord with the adopted plan can simply cite the adopted future plan and as the basis for their request and just basically get it changed. It took 6 years to write the zoning definitions. We never should have adopted a plan without definitions, because it's like, what does this mean? And we were happy with the way this plan was written. We were happy with the land use designations as they were written and as zoning was then. So the table was set at the time of the plan adoption, even though the implementing measures, the proposed zoning code text amendments, were not on the table for review, inspection, and adoption at the same time the plan was adopted. It is the current change procedure at this point in 2020 that was at issue. I personally, as a citizen, or I was in the legislature at the time, I testified, I had my written testimony about that it was wrong to do it this way, and they proceeded to move forward anyway. Unfortunately, then we had something called COVID, and COVID came, and things became all online, and became a different way of operating. Well, things started moving full speed ahead. A lot of this stuff was done during COVID. For many reasons that shouldn't have been. We weren't getting any notices that some of the stuff was going on. Some people got notices in different ways, but there was no real citizens at the table for some of these changes that were pretty significant from what they were before. So that is the basis for, and I will say, and I could give you many, many situations where the definition of what they came up with does not in any way align with the master plan And when you read the housing element and what we're supposed to be doing and what the recommendations were, they don't match up. And the whole law, state law, you're supposed to have your definitions match your master plan. They're the implementing feature of your master plan. If you read the our front page on our county government website, I just printed this out, it talks about, Carroll County government, the 2018 Freedom Community Comprehensive Plan. Everyone, culmination of many, many years of work. It was 6 years. It took, they say 3 years. It was not. It was 6 years of hard work by the Carroll County Commissioners, Planning and Zoning Commission, and county staff to adopt the Carroll County Master Plan and the Freedom Comprehensive Plan. The Carroll County Plan was done in 2014. The zoning wasn't done until after that, and then the Freedom Plan. And one of the priority implementations, number one priority, is to complete the update to the county zoning code within 18 months of adoption. That didn't happen. It should have been done at the same time, but that did not happen. It took years. And then to encourage and engage a citizens community advisory group. I don't know how that's happened because we had a citizens group that was requested to be put together, and they put someone on the planning commission, and then they were told that they could not be on the citizens group anymore because it was a conflict of interest being a volunteer on a citizens group and being on the planning commission. So we lost our citizens group. I don't know who made that decision up. I think the last planning director. I'm being very blunt here. But that was supposed to be our liaison, our one person out of 7 on the planning commission, and now they're not allowed to be part of the citizens group that they're supposed to be brainstorming, like your town council and your planning commission would be in a town. So that person's sort of been flying without anyone helping them out for all this time. And then they were supposed to do a traffic study, a comprehensive traffic study, which was not done. We haven't had a traffic engineer and a study done in, I think, 11 years, they said. We haven't had a traffic engineer full-time for 5 years, and this is the stuff that just doesn't happen. And then encourage participation on planning commission by citizens in the Freedom DGA. We still have one person sitting on the planning commission. So that's all coming from our website. So that's just the background, and it is frustrating, and it's frustrating for a lot of people, but some of the changes that happened are now, they got changed, not all at once. Things got changed a little at a time. First they did, I don't know the order, but like the commercial districts, they did certain districts and implemented them like in 2019, 2021. So some took 3 years to fix, some took 5 years to fix. Some of the latest ones happened in 2020, 22 and 23. And what are we seeing now? We're seeing now probably a flood of development that we have not seen since the 90s. And it's not all good. Some is good, some is not. It's not all good because of the way the zoning definitions were written that allowed this. And it's become like, I don't even know what to call it, for people to say, wow, go to Carroll County, you can do all these things, and nowhere else can you do this stuff. And it's like, it's a mess. So that's just the overall framework of what happened and why we're here today on these issues. There's other issues as well, but these are the most egregious things that occurred, that changed, that will change the face, I believe, of the whole Freedom District and not be good for Carroll County, I do not believe. For the folks that have already invested money in whatever based on a certain something, it's obviously you can change definitions. We can change that. We can tweak it for the good of the people. There are health and safety issues, big ones here. There's major financial impacts to our county, how some of this stuff has been played out, not in a positive way. So state law requires us to review and update as needed our plan, and the tool to guide how our county directs its growth is the tool we have to make sure we support orderly growth and protection of public health, safety, and welfare, and the desire for the expectations and the predictability of everybody involved. And that's something that I think we all care about. I do. And it might be a little bumpy now, but it will give us predictability in the future. And we have local control. We're supposed to have local control through our land use article from the state for doing this. So, we're charged with developing the plan and recommending it to the governor. The Planning Commission is charged with developing the plan but recommending it to us. And obviously, the Planning Department has a lot to do with helping them get this information. And then the Capital Improvement Plan, which is how we spend money doing roads and schools, and that's our capital plan, should reflect the priorities of the master plan and be consistent with the master plan, like what roads we're building. So that's my overall just statement that refers to all of these, and they're all in the same boat of considerably changed or not following the direction of the master plan. And I have read the thing so many times, my pages are falling out, and it's not consistent. And I can point to that, if we can do that if we have a hearing process, or we need to make more points on that. So I want to get to the first one. So basically, I picked, but first I had 6 things in here, I now have 4. I was just concerned that the county code provisions governing, the first one will be self-storage. I'm requesting, in all of these, we have this certain number of months in there. We're trying to get through this as quickly as possible, so the uncertainty is not there, but it takes time. We have, as you can see, we had last week, we had to do X just to get these pages written so I could bring it to you today. And then we're going to have a public hearing on each of these things if it passes. If the board is willing to give us the chance to have a hearing on these things, we will have a real hearing about these, which you'll have to come back again. First, we got to do each step, and then after that, we will. What I would like to do is get together and propose, have a work group quickly to get this together and present something to the Planning Commission so they don't have to reinvent the wheel, because they meet once a month. We'll present it to them. They'll look at it, tweak it. You'll have another bite at the apple. Everybody, if you like to, you'll be good friends by the time you finish all of this. You're probably friends now. But, and then it will come back from the Planning Commission to us. We'll have another public hearing. So there is a process that takes a while to do, no matter how quickly we want to do this. So hopefully it'll be done sooner than later. It depends on everybody's schedule, depends on how quickly we can. I'm willing, I said, to stay up 24/7. Been doing that to get ready for this. But there is all these steps that we have to do. So right now, for the self-storage facility, we believe that is fairly simple. So I'm proposing that we do it for 3 months. I think that we still have to vote on it and get through all the process, but I think that that's the easiest one to do. And I was concerned that the provisions governing self-storage facilities, all of these, did not adequately provide for orderly growth and development. The deferral will allow the Planning and Zoning Commission, with lots of help from us giving them the information, and staff to study the zoning code and suggest possible modifications to address these concerns. So the specific, what we're going to change it to, will come after we meet, and that way, then you can complain about what those, or support what those new words will be. So on the first one, I guess I'll make a motion first. Don't make it.
We need public comment.
Okay. Well, I just didn't know if you
We
wanted.
get to speak, maybe?
No.
And then we need to make a
No,
motion.
normally, if you have rules, you make, and I won't do it.
Normally, our process is the
Okay.
motion is last.
Okay.
Public
Because
comments
we may
first.
modify it through public comment.
No, and that's okay. Sometimes you put it on the table for the purpose of discussion. If we don't do that way, I just.
We've never done that.
Okay, well, that's why that's okay, whatever you want to do it. So, on the first one, on the self-storage facilities, over the last few years, we've had one place, and this goes to the zoning code. We used to have something called business, retail, neighborhood, and it was a zoning code, and it meant local things in your community, mostly one story, local business, whether it was a real estate company, a dental office, whatever, all along Route 26. It was because Route 26 used to be all houses years ago. That's where it was there, and then it sort of turned into little businesses, and there's adjacent neighborhoods. So that's what we've always had up and down that corridor. Mostly, it's been a good neighbor, but over time, it's turned into commercial things like getting your hair cut, like a barber shop, or, like I said, a dentist or a real estate company. So, and little businesses. So that was the designation. And then we had business general, which was for bigger business, and then bigger, like and then commercial and the retail for bigger things. So they changed the zoning to C1, C2, and C3 without being defined. What is C1, C2, and C3? Well, C1 is supposed to be low density for local business. C2 was supposed to had more things in it, and C3 was supposed to be the higher, but never had a definition. So comes along over the 6-year process that they were putting these codes together, and they decided that a storage facility, and a lot of things could go in this C2, and the storage facility, self-storage, could go into that C2. Well, come to find out, self-storage has changed. You used to have mini self-storage. We have them all over. They're one story. They're sort of set out of the way. But it's evolved over time, and self-storage now can be 5 stories high. It can be 3 stories high. It can be very, very large. And we had pictures of it, and I know this group has been involved with this for a long time, but our code did not respond to the new models. Our code sort of, I guess, I don't know, was envisioning the mini storage that we allowed in the past, and there was never in the code that was next to these neighborhoods, directly next to these neighborhoods that they're now impacting. So it changed. They changed it 6 years later, and now a recommendation was made. Someone wants to put a large self-storage there. I know there's been some accommodations for size and height and setback. 5 foot further away from here to here for a building that's 3 stories high is, I don't think it's a big change, but, it's a little step in the right direction. But I believe that because it's evolved and our code does not talk to height, or it didn't talk to height, but it needs to respond to the new models and what's next to a neighborhood. So the direction that I was given, it asked to put in here for staff for this deferral was to address the various forms of self-storage and where it is most appropriate, and provide adequate protections from negative impacts for adjoining residential areas. And that's the direction that we would go. And I guess the actual, do I need to say what's in this ordinance or not?
Only if you want, I mean, they were published, you can, but
You said they were published. I got it last night, so I don't know if they've seen it. But it's basically, I believe, what I just said, that we're going to direct back to look at these things, the various forms of self-storage, and where it's most appropriate, and to provide adequate protections from the negative impacts if it's still allowed next to an adjoining community. So that would be what the first deferral would be about. Am I correct on that?
yes. What comment?
Yeah, I mean,
Usually the first thing we do,
Yeah.
so that's why I'm just like.
No, I'm just trying to give them the background so they know in the context, and this group knows this because they've done it. Just want to put it in the context of what we're trying to do. Okay, move forward.
yeah. Either way, I mean, yeah.
I'll do one at a time.
I need to talk too, because a lot of the things you said weren't factual, but that's a whole nother subject. But yes, do we want public comment? Do we want to talk? What?
I think we should have public comment first, since they obviously all
I
took the
agree.
time today, or they may be on the line, so I'd like to have public comment if we could.
Okay.
Just on self-storage, one at a time.
Well, no, on everything.
all the-
I mean,
This-
Okay, you wanted-
It didn't identify, this is all part of the
Okay,
same
that's
agenda
fine,
item.
that's fine.
So I don't know necessarily what. Richard Williams is the first name I have. Come to the microphone. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Richard Williams. I work at 192 East Main Street, Westminster 21157, live on West Green Street, Westminster, Maryland 21157. I've lived and/or worked up here for 37 years and worked on projects 7 years before that, so in about 44 years I've been working up here. And there's 3 points I'd like to make. There was a lot of talk at the last meeting about gross acreage versus net, and I just want to point out that in Baltimore County, they have used gross acreage to compute their density since the 70s, when then Planning Director George Gavrelis, along with the help of my father and other people in Baltimore County, wrote that zoning ordinance. So they've really never used gross acreage for density. And then just as an example, the Harvest Creek subdivision, which we're working on, has 53.2 acres, I think, of open space and approximately required 5.2 acres of active open space. If that project were in Baltimore County, their open space for active and passive, their requirement would be 3.14 acres, because they only require on the lots to do 1,000 feet per lot for passive and active open space. And I was part of the first and third open space ordinances, so I'm pretty sure I know that to be true. And I do still work in Baltimore County. Second point I'd like to make is you're getting ready, the economic development people will attend the NAIOP, National Association of Industrial and Office Properties, holiday lunch in 2 or 3 weeks. Actually, it's a month, excuse me. But anyway, they will be attending that, and I can assure you they will be having very uncomfortable conversations regarding this ordinance, these ordinances. And I've been an active member of NAIOP for 20-some years. I'm on the legislative committee, and unfortunately, the reality is Carroll County doesn't always have the best reputation for business and processing of plans. Third point I'd like to make, and I changed the point I wrote down, was in your first presentation with the homelessness, the Maryland-Baltimore market has the second most constrained lot yield of anywhere in the country. And if children live in apartments and don't even live in, there's a 40% chance in houses, there's a 40% less chance they'll go to college living in an apartment. Homelessness, I can assure you, it's probably less than that. And if you want to do your homelessness right, you have to have more available houses for sale and more available lots available for builders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Audrey Novak.
Good morning. My name is Audrey Novak. I live at 6505 Carroll Highlands Road. Off topic just for 1 second, I want to thank you all for acknowledging veterans. As a daughter of a World War II vet and a wife of a Vietnam era vet, I truly appreciate that. I'm just here today, as I've said each time we've had one of these hearings, I would like to support the move for the deferral. Just 1 point. I don't need to make any more points because we've made a lot of these points, but 1 point that came to my attention this past week, there have been 3 massive fires that hit the local news. Actually 4, there was a barn fire here in Carroll County. And Commissioner Krebs mentioned the movement of from 10 to 15 feet, you know, the distance from a residential property to this massive storage facility that's planned 2 houses away from me. Last Friday, the fire that happened in Remington, I'm very familiar with the area because I used to work there. The fire commissioner was on the news saying that there was a 50-foot setback of this building from residential homes, and their main concern at that point was saving those residential homes that were set 50 feet back. I really believe that a huge storage facility is more appropriate in an industrial zoned area and not 15 feet away from a residential property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Bowersox.
Good morning.
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 I want to start by first saying I'd like to acknowledge and repeat, not literally, my comments that I made, refer to them by reference, last Thursday. It's not just developers. I think last Thursday we heard talk of sneaky developers and others who are impacted by these moratoria, which is what a deferral is, what these deferrals are. Mr. Williams mentioned the Harvest Creek, is it too much? The Harvest Creek project. The Harvest Creek project is owned by clients of mine, the Zabel family. It's a multi-generational piece of land. It is how the family's assets are basically held. And not unusual in Carroll County where you have that sort of situation. That is what is available to the property owners to pass on to hopefully give a better start to their children, and if they're lucky, their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And that's the case with that property. I agree with Commissioner Krebs that there was an odd method of proceeding the last time around with the comprehensive plan and rezoning. And there were some problems with plan implementation. The Maryland code requires that when you implement a plan, you're to develop zoning that is consistent with the master plan. One of the most egregious violations of failing to abide by the master plan was the refusal of the prior Board of Commissioners to zone the Zabel property R20 as it was called for in the adopted plan. And that was largely because of bowing to public pressure and not doing what the code mandated. As for the Zabel property, I forwarded to all of you an email from Jeanette Zabel Berger this morning. In it, she describes being very angry, being very frustrated, betrayed by the actions of the county throughout the course of the almost, 9 years that the project's been worked on. They've played by the rules. You talk about predictability. Where's the predictability when we go about imposing a moratorium without demonstration of a reason why that property is a problem? And perhaps having a tweak in the rules that could change things. I'd urge you to consider eliminating cluster subdivisions from the scope of the deferrals entirely. Mr. Hine gave us some actual numbers last time. There's 2 of these projects that are as close to approval as those 2. They deserve the predictability of seeing their investment realized. Also, I believe there's no reason to impose the deferrals to the I zones or the conservation zone. And it appears, again, from Mr. Hine, there may not be any other pending self-storage facilities. So all of the things that Commissioner Krebs is talking about achieving, whether they're legitimate or not, we don't have the facts yet, can be achieved through the normal planning and zoning process and not with the specter of these deferrals that Mr. Williams referred to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Scott Culliner. I pronounced your name correctly.
Hi, my name is Scott Culliner. I'm retired Baltimore County Fire Department, currently work full-time in finance in Timonium. My wife and I are early mid-60s. We live in on a very high-maintenance 2.5-acre wooded lot in Caves Valley, Baltimore County. And over the past year, we've become very anxious to downsize to a lower maintenance living situation. After lots of deliberation, we've concluded one of the upcoming planned age-restricted developments in the Freedom District would be a great option. In the last 6 months, we've been acclimating ourselves to the area. We've been spending lots of time shopping and dining all around Sykesville. We've been bringing our friends and family to many of the restaurants, and we can't wait to make Sykesville our home. Couples like us would not be a drag on the resources and infrastructure. I think, to the contrary, we'd be a vital asset to the revenue and the tax base to the area. We spend most of our time playing tennis or golf. We dine out many times a week. And some of the objections I've heard are about taxing the fire and EMS services. These are active adult 55-plus communities, not nursing homes or assisted living centers. Other objections are about density. Well, that's exactly what we want. We've got low density now. Very difficult to maintain these big lots. We'd much rather be out about in the community. So we're frankly shocked and heartbroken to see the proposal for the moratorium. We want to buy as soon as possible. And it's clear this would be far, far more than a 6-month delay. Sure, there are other options. We've looked at lots of them. My next door neighbor in Caves Valley just bought a 55-plus community in Frederick. His kids live in Towson and Catonsville, but they couldn't find anything else. They weren't aware of these. We could go out there. Cromwell is beautiful. There are always existing homes available in Waverly Woods, Marriottsville, Turf Valley. We've looked at those. We'd still much prefer the Freedom District. We're ready to do it. We don't want to wait long at all. And I think there are a lot of couples in our situation. We'd all be an asset to the community. I urge you to reject this proposal for a delay with regards to the age-restricted communities that are about to begin. And as the chairman said, a community either grows or dies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael McCain?
Good morning. My name is Mike McCann. I am a prior Carroll County resident, and I am a principal of an engineering firm that does not directly work with any of the projects in the Freedom District, but has provided some consulting services. My firm is located in Ellicott City. More than half of our company is made up of residents of Carroll County, spread fairly equally amongst each of your districts. And again, I do not envy the position you're in to not only hear, which I think Commissioner Guerin mentioned earlier, but to consider all points of view in your vote here today. My small company of 40-some people, 28 of which are Carroll County residents, might not mean very much in the numbers that were tossed out in the last meeting about the number of people that leave this county every day for work. We're also interested and have been looking, with the help of a person or two in this room, of finding office space up here. And what kind of message does this send to folks like me? And again, our 25 to 30 people might not mean much to you, but we all know that 60-some% of the folks that live in this county work for a small business as defined by the federal government. So this has an impact, and to ignore that or to not give it its proper consideration, I think is a mistake. I think it's very short-sighted. I'm not going to belabor some points that were made by others. Mr. Bowersox mentioned the pulling the rug out from under folks that are, have lived in this county for generations. What I would say is we've gotten to this point based on the vocal feedback of a few. I don't think that good planning processes have been considered because there are other methods that could be used to improve the planning process. This is, I don't like what's in process today, and I want to change it. And the only mechanism to do that is what's in front of you today. Later, the courts and or the folks in this room will figure out whether that's legal or not, but I'd be pretty hard-pressed to understand that if folks followed the rules that were presented to them, even if they didn't like them, they followed the rules, and now to have the rug pulled out from under them is not okay. The last point I wanted to make today, in the last meeting, we heard the budget director, and I apologize if I butcher his last name, Mr. Zaleski, sorry, thank you if I said that wrong, talk about the budget projections. And I bring up the budget relative to this issue because this isn't just a freedom issue. This is a county-wide issue. The effects from the business community, from the investment community, from the economic development community, I think will linger much longer than any suggested deferral length of time. And we heard directly from the budget director that right now you're operating at about a 1.5%, I'll call it contingency. That is not the type of financial situation this county wants to be in. I'm also sure that in those numbers somewhere are the estimated growth that has not been taken out for what may happen if this deferral were to go through. That has an impact on every resident of Carroll County, whether it's an increase in the future in property taxes or income tax or fees, whatever you want to call it, it has an impact. And I think there are other opportunities, avenues available to this commission to make the changes that are being thought through that have not been specified, other than a few things this morning. And I hope that the commissioners vote against these proposed moratoriums and consider the other options that you have available to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Harvey.
Hello and good morning. My name is Bruce Harvey. I am actually a resident of Howard County. I have a company called Williamsburg Homes that does activities here in Carroll County as well. And I'm president and majority owner of Williamsburg Homes. I'm testifying against the proposal to schedule these public hearings on the deferral ordinances. Sorry. So we've heard before, but the deferral of plan processing is only legitimate when there's an emergency, and it really doesn't exist here. I may not live in the Freedom District, but much like Mike, many of my employees do, and that's just a common theme for those of us, that are in Howard County. And why do they live here? They live here because of the gentler lifestyle that you guys did such a great job of describing early on. But more importantly, it's more affordable. It's a more affordable place to live, and you got to keep it that way. For the last 8 years, Howard County, as many of you know, has implemented APFO restrictions that pretty much stopped the majority of development in that county. And what happened? School enrollment declined, and what else happened? A huge, huge increase in housing prices because there's nothing available for people to purchase. That's good for me as a home builder. It's not very good. It's pretty horrible for the general public and for our kids and for my grandkids. So let's not kid ourselves. This legislation is intended to reduce density, and it stops significant development. That's what it's about. The idea of the 3, 6, 8 month delay is not realistic. We already talked about how long these text amendments get to be reviewed, discussed, litigated. This process will go on much longer than that if you really look at the details. So what will be the result? Again, lower availability of housing, significantly reduced tax revenue because of that, and housing price increases. The targeting of retirement villages and homes is very disturbing. We've already had wonderful testimony about people that want to live in that type of environment. And obviously that's the case because the communities that exist are selling very rapidly, and that's because of demand. So let's make these communities come to fruition sooner rather than later. And they're not impacted by ADA regulations. They place no burden on school seats. They have a lower traffic impact and designed for the population to age in place. So I'm here, and I would encourage you not to vote for this, to schedule the public hearing. Then use the existing processes, as many have discussed, to look at these text amendments in a timely way. So thank you very much for my testimony. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jason Van Kirk.
Hi, my name is Jason Van Kirk. I'm with Elm Street Development, and we are residential land developers in Carroll County and the surrounding counties. I'd like to thank Dave Bowersox and second his testimony as well. I'm going to discuss some other things. I have watched the work session and legislative sessions on this deferral ordinance, and I'm here to correct many of the statements being made about the cluster zoning, open space, and stormwater management. Cluster zoning density in Carroll County has never been calculated on net acreage. For decades, the maximum density in cluster zoning was determined by the conventional plan. It is well known by staff, engineers, and petitioners that neither the conventional plan nor the gross acreage calculation determines the maximum density for cluster designs. This is evident with both cluster plans that are being processed now. Neither is achieving their gross acreage allowable density, and the one that processed a conventional plan is not achieving that density either. Instead, the open space requirements dictate the density for any cluster plan. I'm specifically referring to Section A3 under cluster subdivision. It says, the land derived from the reduction of lot size shall be provided and maintained as open space or recreational area for joint use by the residents of the community. That one sentence has been in the code for decades and is the regulation that governs the density on any given site plan. That is why this board, the commission, and staff all agreed through a thorough public process a few years ago to change the code to not require the conventional plan. Applying the open space rules during site design is the determinant of the density, and it is always less than the gross acreage. It has been mentioned that Frederick County does a net acreage calculation in their cluster zone. That is correct. What is left out when this is stated is that the last cluster development that was done in Frederick County was 10 years ago, and that they have very little ground zoned for non-ag cluster. The developments you see being built in Frederick are predominantly done with PUDs and MXD zones. Stormwater management is also part of open space in all of the counties around us. Carroll treats it the same way as Frederick, Howard, and Baltimore. Why is this allowed? It is because stormwater management is a public benefit. It improves water quality, helps protect against stream erosion, decreases downstream flooding, and helps the county's TMDL reduction requirements from the state. County tax dollars have been spent to reduce the TDMLs that come from older developments and that do not incorporate water quality stormwater management. Increasing storm safety, water quality, while improving TDML of the county is clearly a benefit to the residents of not only the developments in question, but also for the surrounding communities in the area. For these reasons and several others, a deferral should not be taken under false pretenses for the cluster zone. I would add for the retirement village as well. It is dangerous and sends an anti-business message to anyone looking to do business in Carroll County. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is John Bowers.
Good morning, Commissioner. Hi, Roberta, Tim. My name's John Bowers, 35-year resident of Carroll County. 2 of my adult children live and work in Carroll County, and I'm here to respectfully ask that you do not vote to approve this amendment, these land use changes. A lot of things that I was going to say have been said, but one is respect to the county budget. We are at a very, very thin margin, and a lot of the county budget, as you more than well know, comes from real estate taxes. And by shutting off or delaying the pipeline for future either commercial or residential growth will greatly impact the county budget, which affects all of Carroll County and not just the local Freedom Eldersburg area. And I also echo one of the earlier comments about I'm in that demographic of looking to move to an age-restricted community. But my options in Carroll are virtually nil. If we elected to go to that lifestyle, we would have to move to an adjacent Maryland county, Baltimore, Frederick, Carroll, or Howard, or out of state. And having lived in this county for basically half of my life, I don't want to leave the county. So I respectfully ask again, please give careful consideration to your vote on the deferral of these land use regulations. And I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clark Schaefer, and that's the last one I have.
Good morning, Clark Schaefer, Schaefer, Miller, and Herf. Thank you for limiting all the previous speakers to 3 minutes so I would have unlimited time. Because there's a lot to say. First of all, I think we just heard, or at least I just heard today, a reason for this. Commissioner Krebs, and I'll paraphrase. My area got jobbed. My area got jobbed because they did this master plan, which we liked the master plan, okay? But then they didn't have definitions in place. Well, in fact, they did, because there were existing zoning ordinances in effect that everybody knew what they said when they adopted that master plan. Now, it was true that it's contemplated that we would look at those, which you did. You can complain about how fast people did it or didn't. I was involved in the process, and I can tell, and I think some other people here were too, this was not an opaque process. This was very open, work sessions, looking at these codes, etc. And by the way, the C1, C2, C3 stuff that was revising a zoning code that essentially had existed since 1965 here, and it was out of date, and it needed work, and everybody knew it, but nobody had the gumption. It's a lot of work to do it. So as of today, what's the problem that we're trying to address here? What I've heard is the problem is the Eldersburg area, some of them, including Commissioner Krebs, they don't like what's going on down there. I mean, if you're going to do a drastic step like this, you owe the public a little more specific indication of the problem you're going to address and what you're going to do about it. And by the way, what is your solution to the problem? Well, let's have some more government. Let's bring the government back in on this thing. We're going to get the government on this, but it's a different government. Now, and by the way, well, I'll jump around here a little bit. So Eldersburg's a growth area, okay? For obvious reasons. I don't think anybody's disputing that. I haven't heard that. You know what it does when it's a growth area? It relieves the pressure, the market pressure, on your sacred, and I don't say that facetiously, agricultural zone and your lesser zoned areas. Because you can't fight the market. The market's going to push. And those people that sell ag easements now, they're going to look, they might look at their, well, I could get $300,000 a lot out here now because they closed down Eldersburg. I'm not selling an ag easement. Or if I do, you're going to pay a lot more for it. Okay? Now, it's not a threat to point out the fact that this 6-month or 3-month or 8-month deferral is going to have significant negative financial consequences on tens of millions of dollars of projects. Okay? That's a fact. You know what the other fact is? The other fact is it's going to have negative financial consequences on you and your budget. Now, you dealt with 14. You dealt with 14 million. Was it 14 million last year? And you kind of got a little lucky and had some revenues come in, and you figured out a way, struggled with a way to do it. When you cut these projects, so these projects pay tax dollars. You know, self-storage is one of the heroes of tax dollars. Almost no services and lots of taxes. Now, it might only be 15 or 20,000 a year times whatever. It's going to help your budget, and so there. If you do this, you should grandfather in anybody in the process, and you should be aware that you're only how's this going to play in the rest of the county? I guess that's your job. I mean, we're going to take care of Eldersburg. How are you going to? If I'm in Tawnytown or anywhere else in the county, you're telling me you're going to look at all these ordinances.
Yeah,
Well, when you change them,
you
they're
need
going
to
affect
finish
me.
your thoughts.
They're going to affect me. So I think you need to look at. I just want to make sure I hit my daughter's checklist here. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what I do, we do the 3 minutes. I add 15 seconds, and most people don't make it to the 15 seconds. A couple of you test me. Anyone else?
That's all I have. I don't know about.
Anyone on the phone?
Oh, yes. I have a few people waiting on the phone. Hopefully, they are actually calling for public comment. I'm going to start with the last 4 digits are 6706. Use *6 to unmute, please. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you. Please identify yourself.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Hello, commissioners. It's Sarah Penn at 6504 Panorama Drive. I could not get off of work today, unfortunately, to be there. I think most of you know that I am in support of the deferral, particularly with the storage unit, and there is a lot of things I want to touch on. So I'm going to try and get through this very quickly. The storage unit is about 30,000 square feet. That could make up a lot of office space for the one gentleman that wanted office space in our county. It could certainly help with housing and homelessness, which is something else that somebody mentioned. I think I would like to, at one point in my life, have the sort of audacity to walk into a county that I don't live in and make such bold statements. It really is just must be so freeing. I enjoy our gentler lifestyle that somebody else mentioned. Howard County, people mentioned Howard County and their growth. They also had to rezone all of their schools, right? It was a big hullabaloo down there. I will also mention that there were proposed class sizes in the Freedom District of like 40 and 45. Can you imagine 45 8-year-olds in a classroom? It sounds like my actual nightmare. I volunteer here in the county. I worked at our Beer Fest on Saturday in downtown Sykesville with a connection. Mr. Kyler, I actually met somebody who you coached their son in wrestling. They thought you were a fantastic coach. They actually went to your property because you had mentioned that you had a barn that was larger than the storage facility, but they also mentioned that you had a giant, beautiful piece of property. I want to call out that the storage unit that they're proposing to put in the Carroll Highlands area is 3 or 4 parcels. One of those parcels having a title restriction on it, or a deed restriction on it for residential only. It's about 3 acres, so it's not a lot of space. I did also find out that somebody else is touting a self-storage unit that's fully approved in Eldersburg at Old Bartholow and Sykesville Road. So that would be 2 self-storage units in the county, in this part of the county, not including the 3 that already exist in the 18 that are within 10 miles of here. I want to keep pointing that out. There are 18 of these self-storage units within 10 miles of here. 10 miles. We're going to add traffic to the horrendous part of 26 that I've told you is a near-death-defying thing every time you go out. I could be Evel Knievel. So it's just crazy. These properties were previously BNR, which only allowed 10,000 square feet, and now, we're letting up whatever. A school bus. There would be 2 school buses between my home and this storage unit. 2 school buses. That's it. What about my investment? Where is my predictability? I purchased this home. I grew up almost an orphan. My parents are both drug addicts. They're both still active drug addicts. I have worked very hard to get where I came. I bought my home in Carroll County, and I thought I was going to be safe. And I've been fighting this for 5 years. And I've been fighting this with hundreds and hundreds of people that have been at all these various events for 5 years. I'm sorry that I'm so upset and frustrated. I feel betrayed. I really do. I bought out here because it was nice and it was slower and it was country and there was trees and woods and all those fun things. And it's really just disheartening to feel that people that have businesses, that are developers, that are land, that don't live in Carroll County.
Please
have more
finish your
say than the
thoughts.
residents that live here. I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next number I have ends with 43124. 3124. Please use *6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes, please. 3124. *6. Bueller. Okay. Moving on. Next number, 5864. 5864.
Yes,
use
good
*6.
morning.
Thank you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on this very important topic. My name is Kathy Martin. I live at Locust Lane. Been a resident of Locust Lane since 1990, so 35 years. I would like to comment particularly, since there have been a lot of comments on a whole variety of things, I'd like to focus on the self-storage and the ordinance that is currently in place that governs the regulations for the building of the self-storage, which is Ordinance 158.158. This ordinance in no way describes the proposed self-storage project, which is 30,000 square feet. This ordinance describes more of a shed-sized storage facility with a garage door that the individual would drive up to their individual self-storage unit. And I have done some research to find that PG County has rezoned these types of facilities that I would prefer we start to call by a different name than self-storage facility. I really think we should refer to this style of multiple tens of thousands of square feet as a modern self-storage or consolidated storage facility, because that better describes what we're talking about here. And as Susan said, definitions and words really matter in this situation. So PG County has rezoned these types of projects as allowable only on industrial property, which is where other similarly sized facilities would be found. So I would like that to be part of the consideration during the deferral. I believe that was thought to be a 3-month deferral. I don't have all of those dates in front of me. The second comment is on the cluster zoning. I would like us to focus on the roads and the safety of the roads, particularly Marriottsville 2 and the Zabel project that was mentioned this morning. And last but not least, I would like these age-restricted communities to have better planning with the roads, with the ingress and the egress. We've all looked carefully at Nels Acres 2 and wonder how in the world did that ever get passed with one ingress and one egress, and the current remediation plan that I believe is just a waste of money. Why would you move a non-signaled intersection down the road 1,600 feet? That's not going to solve any of the problems of traffic there. As a matter of fact, moving it up farther west, I think would really add to the congestion in that general Locust Lane area, Carroll Highlands area, Panorama, Sunset. I mean, it's all within about 125 feet of each other. So thank you so much for the opportunity to comment this morning. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Miss Adelaide. You can use *6 to unmute if you'd like to comment on this. If not, we'll come back to you for general comment. Are you going to be commenting for this?
Yes, I'm sorry, I had myself muted. I had to unmute twice. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, Catherine Adelaide, just as a citizen here today, but a Republican citizen. Just most, I take an interest always in process, which leads to due process, which everybody should always be interested in. So just as a Republican, I know, I think one of the commissioners had mentioned this balancing of pro-business, of course, with maintaining the character of Carroll County. So I just want to, emphasize and praying for you all in that balancing act there, because I know it's not easy. I really do appreciate Commissioner Krebs' amazing work and research on this. I had no idea, I don't live in that area, but it just gives a lot of credibility, I guess, to know that the commissioners are digging into the weeds where they live and raising these issues, and then having this amazing process go on here where everybody can have their say. So, we do have to watch out for vesting issues. I think I was a little confused that last week's vote did not create a deferral or stop any pre-filed development from proceeding. So Ms. Krebs had verified that. So I think that gives some people, reassurance. And I appreciate encouraging the public comment before you discuss it and before you vote. And then also, normally when I'm doing this online here, when I look at the agenda, there's something in blue where I could have gone and looked at the actual deferral ordinances. So maybe I missed something, but just to make you aware, there's usually briefing papers. So my instinct was like, oh, deferral ordinances, let me go read it. So I'm not able to do that with what I'm seeing here, but I might have missed it. So just wanted to make you aware that would be need to be, I guess, published. And then I guess I'm a little confused about if you don't vote to go to a public hearing, what happens next? I know it's not a question and answer session, but I'm a little confused about that. I thought it had to go to public hearing, but I do remember sometimes you vote on things before to go to the public hearing. So if someone can clarify that, that'd be great. And finally, I just believe that the board can fix the zoning issues that may have been lawfully raised, and also move forward with development consistent with the rural character of Carroll County and the master plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, last 4 digits are 3021. Please use *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. 3021. Okay. 8900. You'll have 3 minutes. 8900. If you can use, there we go.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. This is Patrick Costello, U.S. Builders. We're based here in the county, in Mount Airy. I live in the county. Also volunteer, South Carroll, sports coach when my kids are growing up. I'm just going to reiterate, I guess, and agree with a number of the things that were previously said. But I will caution you with the deferral. Having lived through this, IDCO in the 90s and deferral ordinance in the early 2000s, it's a slippery slope. And without a demonstrated emergency here, I think it's problematic to find justification to proceed with this. So I will agree that with others that have said before that there are issues and ways that this can be handled, that these issues and zoning questions and definitions, et cetera, can be handled through a different process, and that I would urge you to vote against sending these deferral ordinances to public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the three of you want to start?
I mean, I can. So obviously we've discussed this last week, and we're now having a second conversation on this, and I think there's some validity to both sides of this, which I know sounds strange to say that, but I'm going to make that statement. But you know, what I find really troubling is we talk about predictability, fairness, and certainty. We had a caller, Miss Adelaide, even mentioned not being able to find the documents, which, just to let her know if she's listening, they are indeed online, but those documents weren't put online till late yesterday. The 5 commissioners received copies of this ordinance at 11:40 a.m. via email yesterday, and I realized staff was working quite quickly to get this put together for item 2 today, but what concerns me is its process. Where's the predictability? Where's the certainty? Where's the fairness? If we're not seeing it within 24 hours to 48 hours in advance, and it's the 5 of us, and the public doesn't see it till later that afternoon or early evening, where does that leave them when it comes to process and information? That's a serious concern there. So that creates unnecessary, uncertainty exists. There was talk of a citizens group that apparently a previous head of planning and zoning removed for whatever reason. Well, I think in all fairness, and I think Commissioner Krebs would agree with me, I don't see why we shouldn't have that reinstated. I have no issue with there being a citizens group from District 5 looking at that area. I mean, you did mention how each of the municipalities have their own entities that oversee planning and zoning. So, I mean, I don't see an issue why there shouldn't be a citizens group. I think that, but that's a point for a later conversation. The devil is in the details, but where's the predictability? To me, I won't say easiest solution, but probably the most fair solution, and I don't like that word, is to grandfather in those projects that are currently outstanding. Last week, I gave an option where I said, look, let's just clear the calendars. If the 5 of us are that serious about making this happen in whatever fashion and whatever the outcome is, instead of pausing or deferring or whatever we want to call it, why don't we clear our schedules, come in on Tuesdays, 8 hours for the 5 of us. We can do it on Thursdays too if that's what it takes. Bring in planning and zoning, bring in staff, and work through this. And I know there was a couple comments made last week about how it wouldn't be fair to new people coming into the process. Well, I don't know what fairness is at this point, because at one end, we have the ability to change this till there's shovels in the ground. But where's the predictability, where's the certainty, and where's the fairness? Because everybody that's done this up to date is now being told, hey, your fairness and predictability and certainty is out the window. We're also looking at a state shortfall of $1.5 billion, and I think we all know that. Well, where is that going to play into our budget if we start tweaking things in a sort of ad hoc fashion? And I'm not against Commissioner Krebs's thoughts of making some changes. I'm not. But what I am very concerned about is how we approach this. And if we want to talk about predictability, certainty, and fairness, I think it goes deeper than just the process of planning and zoning. I think it goes deeper to the point of the process in which the 5 of us and the public actually gets to see this information. I'm not going to go off too deep of a tangent on this, but, we had a situation, I don't know, 10 months ago, or at least 4 of us were on this board, regarding a respite care facility that was brought up that none of us were aware of what was going on in that fashion. Staff was behind the paperwork, and that just as much as they are in this fashion. And I'm not trying to point fingers at staff this morning, but where's the predictability, the certainty, and the fairness in how that was handled? I'm not aware of how that ever played out past the fact of that day we had that conversation, and then we decided to remove that from a possibility. But again, if we're going to talk process, let's talk process of planning and zoning. I'm all for it. Let's all do it together. But let's also talk the basic process of how we govern for the people we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. There's always issues and changes. I think I said that last meeting. We always need to look at zoning. One of the things that bugs me about the master plans, they are plans, and yes, the zoning needs to conform, but this board has voted against things that were in the master plan. It seems like what we like and what we dislike is more important than the plan. Now, if you could answer a couple questions, how many self-storage units are in the pipeline right now?
I'm aware of a project in Taylorsville that I believe has, and I will get back to you if I misspeak, but my understanding is that project has been approved that includes self-storage as a component, but they are looking at reconfiguring it, and so they're coming back into the process. There are other self-storage facilities in municipalities that I'm aware of that would not be subject to this.
that-
But
under
off the
our
top of my head, that's what I can recall.
Okay. How many cluster subdivisions? And I think you answered that last week as 2.
There, yeah, in total in the county, there are 4 being processed right now. 2 of them would be subject to this deferral.
Retirement villages, do you?
In the Freedom area, I believe there are 5 or 6. It's that order of magnitude, but I can certainly get you the facts on that.
And commercial centers, there's none?
There are not any,
Okay.
correct.
So, thank you.
Yes.
My concern has been and will be legality of this. I see no emergency. We're reacting to the vocal minority, which people tend to do. I agree that we should talk about grandfathering, but what I've seen in life, and again, full disclosure, I did site work all my life, so I built a lot of these. No offense to some of the audience, I didn't always like them, but I took your money and graded it. But you know, so it's a tough situation. And like we just said, some of these have none or 2 properties, and we really need to be selective. I mentioned lawsuits last week, and some people perceived that I was worried about a threat. I think the poorest decisions in life are made based on fear, so I try to avoid that. I don't care if somebody sues me. It's court's fun, except paying attorneys. But it's a business decision. That's how you look at it. If I'm doing something and it's going to subject me to a lawsuit, is that worth doing? And that's all I was mentioning with that, not threats. Some of the guys have mentioned this is definitely making Carroll County look very negative to business and growth. And my philosophy all my life's been you're either growing or you're dying. And evidently we want to die. Maryland, sometimes they're not very business friendly. I think Carroll County has been more so. But if we don't watch it, we're changing that. Cluster, I've heard of so much stuff about density and whether you define it as lot size or number of lots. I've seen a lot of cluster subdivisions. I've yet to see one that had the same number or more lots than they would have if they weren't clustered. In most cases, the developer, my opinion, gives up a number of lots to have some smaller lots that are probably more desired by buyers, but, you know, they make a business decision, but I've never seen them get more lots than was. In late 2020, Warfield commissioned a survey about attitudes for development in the town of Sykesville and then Senate District 9. I haven't looked through it in detail, and I want to, and I want to get it out if we keep moving forward with this, but it essentially showed that 3/4 of the residents wanted growth, wanted developments. They were in favor of them. Less than 25, depending on what area it was in, were truly against it. And again, I think we're listening to the vocal minority, and my opinion, that's not their job. I'm not making decisions based on whether or not I get reelected. You know, that's not what we're here for. But I do think I serve the majority of Carroll County, not the minority. And we need to listen to them. We need to react to them. But I think we don't make quick changes based on that. I mean, I've seen, and I've seen it in my neighborhood. I've seen people against a kennel. And I said, they bought the property. If it's zoned for a kennel, they can do it. Now, I think they need to have a legal entrance, and they have to follow the law to do it, but they have a right to do it. And that's how I feel about this. I'd really love to see a rendering of the self-storage unit. I've been to the site. I've set it near the nearest residence, and I can probably look over the top of the proposed building and see 26. I'm not sure why I want to see 26, but I can. You know, it's not this massive building that everybody talks about. I've rented storage like in buildings like this, and my biggest worry was if I sent Rhonda to get something, is she would be in the building by herself because it's that quiet. Now, it has cameras and all that, but it's not great traffic and great crime and great whatever, and I think the sheriff has said that. So I think we're going on a lot of incorrect facts, and I voted against this last week. I'll vote against this again. And I've seen letters, and the gentleman that spoke that wants to move here, and I hope you can. And the apartments above retail, I know some young teachers that are in those and love them. I don't have to like them. They have to love them and rent them. And I just don't want, I told a gentleman last week after the meeting, when your kids move to PA, pick someplace, because they can't afford to be here, they're not coming back. They're going to develop friendships and they're going to raise a family and play soccer there and go to school there, and they're going to move up to a very expensive house, but not in Carroll County. We got to let them start here. So I definitely do not like the no growth attitude, and we keep hearing from, again, the vocal minority that and I think maybe Commissioner Krebs, you even said it this morning, there's all this rampant growth that hasn't had since the 70s. Well, I was grading sites in the 70s. I saw unchecked growth. I saw no growth. And no offense to Carroll County, I know I is one now. We very rarely have had control growth. You know, we either want to stop it. You know, I've talked earlier, we worry about the schools. Let them educate the kids. That's not our job. And if we do 100 houses, we're not going to overwhelm a school. That's a misconception. But unfortunately, we have declining enrollment right now, and that's going to hurt us on state money. And I hope it's a blip, but I got a feeling it's a trend. And you know, it's just, I can't support the no-growth attitude. And again, I understand the passion of the master plans and the Freedom Plan, but like I say, it seems like we pick and choose what's in it based on what we like, and so many of the people that for deferring things, I hear, I don't like how something looks, but if somebody bought the house, they must be happy with it. And I've never seen developers build 100 houses that nobody wants. That they wouldn't last long if they did that. So again, that's kind of my comments. I'd love to see us narrow these down. And I think whatever motion we do today, we should ask staff to look at wording for grandfathering. So if, and again, back to Commissioner Gordon, this is a tough time of the year. If we properly schedule a hearing, it's still going to be between Christmas and Thanksgiving. And during the time period while we're asking you guys to jump through hoops, you probably want to take off Thanksgiving Day. You know, this is a tough time of the year, and we are forcing it. And that's fine if it's important, we need to force it, but I understand what you're saying. But, so thank you, and that's my minutes.
Yeah, sure. I'll be brief, and we're going to have it's obvious we're going to have a lot of time and opportunity to be discussing this. It deserves a lot of attention. I'll choose my words carefully because I do not want to speak for the entire board, but there seems to be some acknowledgement that changes need to be made, and we've already narrowed things down to 4 areas, so that's encouraging. There seems to be some acknowledgement from people even in the room that this is not an exact term, but things may have gone off the rails a little bit down in the Freedom area over the past 10 or 20 years. And I think anybody who claims that that's not the case, that's just being disingenuous. We know why that's happened. It's just a product of how we govern here in the county. It's a designated growth area, and you don't have a municipality, you don't have a mayor and a town council taking a look at these things. The mayors of Freedom reside in Westminster, and that's just problematic. And is this a perfect process we have laid out in front of us right now, going to a public hearing, voting on a public hearing? Probably not. But for my part, I will be pressing that time is of the essence, that we take a look at these things quickly as we possibly can. If as a board we need to spend a little bit of money, and within reason spend a little bit of money to try to pull all these things together in a timely manner, I would support that. But I do believe it's the right thing to do. And I'd rather do it now than later. So I will be supporting this motion, but at the same time pressing for a level of timeliness that we look at all these. And again, the board may not agree on all these changes, but I do think looking at them as a whole is a heck of a lot faster than trying to do it piecemeal, because we've learned that already. We've already lived that with a bunch of different issues. So I would just ask people to keep that in mind, whether you're for the deferrals or opposed to them. If you're opposed to them, we may ask you to help us move through this in a more timely manner. And whether we can make changes. Again, it's not perfect, but I'm one that believes that this is the right thing to do, and it's long overdue. So thank you.
I want to thank all of my friends for their comments up here. I think that everybody hit on some very, very important points, and it has been stated. You know, it's not a simple or an easy decision. You know, I mean, I know that any of my colleagues up here who voted in one direction or the other know that it is not a simple or straightforward decision. And while I appreciate and respect the arguments for or against the merits of the deferrals, I guess my concerns today are the 4 ordinances that are in front of us, which would potentially bring us to a public hearing. And I have no objection to the public hearing whatsoever. I have questions, though, regarding the ordinances that I would like answered, or I would like, I guess, adjudicated, for lack of a better word, before consenting one way or the other. As well as some questions that were raised by my colleagues, which I think merit some discussion based on these ordinances, for that matter. So the first question that I have is the first ordinance for, what is it? I want to make sure I have the right page here, because they're all 4 right after each other. But first of all, I wanted to express the same concern that Commissioner Gordon did, that we did not receive these really until the 11th hour. I confess freely that, by the time I saw them, I didn't have time to read them until this morning when Commissioner Krebs was making her opening argument here. I went through the 4 ordinances as quickly as I could and tried to be as proficient as I could in going through them. So that really is irksome, for lack of a better word. It really is annoying that for whatever reason these didn't come to us until this hour. So on that note, in the 4th paragraph of the first ordinance relating to self-storage, that's page 1 of ordinance. Ordinances are not numbered, so it's the first one in the set. That 4th paragraph where it talks about to advance public health and safety, the board desires to obtain additional information regarding the possible adverse effects of self-storage facilities proposed to have on residential and other uses. So I'm imagining that the way in which the ordinance is constructed depends in some part upon the return of that information. So I guess my question would be, where are we gathering that information from? How are we making that determination that there is or is not adverse effects on a community based on a self-storage facility?
Well, at a minimum, you're going to have a public hearing, and you're going to hear from members of the public, some of whom live in residential areas in the vicinity of the proposal.
Okay, so all right. So the second question, you go another paragraph down, the last one on that page. Whereas the board desires to impose a 3-month moratorium on the processing, reviewing, and approval of self-service storage facilities in the Freedom designated growth area. I know that a lot has been said over the last couple of weeks, and particularly about whether or not the Freedom Plan and the Master Plan are consistent with one another. So for the sake of clarity in these ordinances, do we need to include language that says something about consistency between the Master Plan and the Freedom Plan as a pursuit that we were attempting to follow with deferrals?
It's required by law.
Well, but, I mean, do we need language in there that specifically says that, because, again, if we move forward with the public hearing and we move forward with the deferrals, we want to be as clear as we can, right? And so one of those, I would imagine one of the goals that Commissioner Krebs has is to make sure that the Freedom Plan and the Master Plan are consistent with each other. And that's one of the driving factors behind her inclination for a deferral, because there are some discrepancies. And so do we need to include language in the ordinance that this is one of the goals that we're seeking, is consistency between the Freedom and the Master Plan?
And then are we going to change our votes when we voted against doing stuff that was in the Freedom Plan? I mean, if we want to be consistent, again, I'm worried about legal, and we're not consistent with that. It's what we like and what we don't like. But go ahead. You're gonna.
It's up to the board if you want to include that as a component of the proposal.
All right. And then the last question that I have for this particular, for the first ordinance, and a lot of the questions will. For example, the question about consistency is a question I have applying to every ordinance. But the second thing, and this applies to 3 of the 4 ordinances, under Article 1 on the second page, on the reverse of that, section Article 1 talks about the language that would be used to implement the moratorium. I noticed that it talks about self-service storage facilities as a temporary deferral, but then in the following line, it talks about temporary moratorium. And so I would like some clarity on the definitional differences between deferral and moratorium, and whether or not the language needs to be consistent there.
There is no distinction between the two. We could certainly make it consistent to refer to a deferral instead of a moratorium, but there is no difference between the two.
Okay.
Our words in our code called it a deferral.
Okay. So, and then I have, let me just double check and make sure I don't have any other specific questions about any of these individually. So, and I guess this is more of a point of clarity for me as well. So the second ordinance talks about,
Relating to.
I apologize, I'm trying to find the.
You're
yeah,
looking.
I'm sorry, Kenny.
Cluster.
Yeah. Thank you. Cluster subdivisions.
Clusters, okay.
And then if the third, and I'm sorry, the third one talks about retirement villages. So I know that I guess certain retirement homes or retirement communities can be clustered, or they don't have to be, right? So do we need two separate ordinances for each of them, or is one ordinance entailing clustering and retirement communities? Do we need to have two or the one?
There should be two. So they are two different things. So cluster subdivisions are a subdivision model. Retirement villages is a site plan, and while conceptually buildings can be clustered together, it is not a cluster subdivision.
Okay.
A retirement village is not a cluster subdivision.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. A couple of questions about points that my friends up here have made. So with the idea of grandfathering, right, we take the point that maybe a development is that close to the finish line, and we decide that, as a board, that, okay, well, because they're so close and because they've done whatever, that we want to proceed with grandfathering in some way. Does grandfathering need to occur as part of the ordinances that would potentially go to a public hearing, or would grandfathering occur at a stage, for the sake of argument, the public hearing goes through, the deferrals are passed? Does the grandfathering conversation occur at that point when we're discussing specifics to code changes? Or does grandfathering, the potential or the possibility for grandfathering, need to be included in the ordinances that are being considered?
Again, if the consensus of the board is to proceed to public hearing with grandfathering provisions, we can insert them in. If the board wants to have a public hearing and is persuaded by the testimony of people in the audience or people with interest in this area that a grandfathering provision is necessary, we can also amend the ordinance at that time, the final draft.
Okay.
Can we see both?
Yes, we can draft the language for you to see before the
Yeah,
public
that way
public
we'll
hearing.
see what they look like, and the public will too.
Okay. And then just a couple more questions, I apologize. So,
Go for it. It's important.
So, with the cluster subdivisions, Chris, you had mentioned that there are 4 overall in process, but only 2 would be potentially affected by these ordinances. Why is that? That not all 4 of them would be affected?
Because there are only 2 in the Freedom District. The other 2 are not in the Freedom District.
And then you'd mentioned, if I remember correctly, and please do correct me if I'm wrong, that there are 6 or 7 retirement communities that are in process. Are those throughout the county as a whole, or specifically in
Freedom?
In Freedom. And would all 6 or 7 of those be affected by the ordinances, or just certain ones based on where they are in the process?
So my understanding of the desired deferral is that it would affect the processing and any approvals related to any retirement village or retirement home that's in process. So all of the projects that are in the Freedom area would be deferred if the ordinance passes, as you've discussed.
Okay. And just for my clarification, because I know we still have more discussion to have up here, the ordinances, if we agree to move them forward to public hearing, they still can be altered at some point if necessary. Correct, Tim?
Yes.
Okay.
What,
And those are, I'm good. Those are my
Well,
questions.
we got into the budget one year. Like, after the public hearing, we can't raise taxes or something. Are our hands tied with any of this wording based on after the public hearing?
No, the public is certainly going to be aware that you're considering these deferral ordinances. If you want to change the ordinance based upon what you've heard, you can. You can't change the subject matter of it. You can't add other zones in. But if there's language pertinent to this that you would like to see changed, we can do that. The public is well aware of that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Wow, a lot to take in. First, I want to make sure everyone knows, I became aware of some of these issues this summer as I served on a housing work group, but I won't even tell you what I thought of it. It was one of the most eye-opening experiences and miserable experiences I've ever had in my 25 years in politics, because it was not based on any facts. It was just based on aspirational goals of everybody, and they would never refer to the Freedom Plan because they wanted to get rid of it. They wanted to say, we don't want to do this anymore. We just want to put it all together in one big fancy with a bow on it. Now, one of the reasons there's not people here, people in my district work. They go to work in the daytime. All their meetings are in Westminster in the daytime, and it's very difficult. But they did show up en masse when we did the Freedom Plan. Hundreds of people came to those hearings over 6 years. Hundreds. Hundreds more wrote in. We came up with a good plan. It is here. The problem has been with the implementation of it and the acknowledgement that state law requires us to have a plan and to implement it. We have a plan, and we talk about doing a new plan, 2035, all over. I say, why do we do 2035? We haven't gone back to 2018 and implemented this. We haven't gone back to 2001 and implemented it. There's things that have been on this plan for 30, 40 years, like a road connection that we haven't bought a single easement for in 30 years, and now people's homes are in the way, like I think Sarah's house is in the way and business in the way, and yet we let a whole development proceed based on a road that's never going to go through, and we haven't even bought a single easement in 30 years. So those are frustrations of people in my district, and I envy the towns. I envy the towns because they have their own people, their own accountability, they have a mayor, town council, planning commission, board of zoning appeals. They care about their community. And words are cheap if they're not followed by action. So I do believe that the towns look out for the best interest of their community. Our towns have way better processes and way better zoning than we do, at least the ones I've looked at, Westminster and Tawnytown. They have words that follow their plan. There's accountability in their community. It's been frustrating from the outside, and you say people get tired of coming because they think they've already said this stuff. They think we're doing it, and it doesn't happen. So I want to just talk about misinformation. I have done my homework. I can read you. I could sit here all day and tell you what our code says and what we're doing. You've just made a bunch of observations, Commissioner Kyler, and you haven't given me one piece of code to back what you're saying. Don't interrupt me. I have the floor.
If you're going to address me, I'm going to address you.
No, I'll let you when I'm finished. When I'm finished.
There were incorrect facts.
Okay, but you need to point them out. And
I don't need to do anything. I stated there were incorrect facts.
I'm
now
sorry.
Go on.
Okay, there are incorrect facts that people state incorrect facts but don't point to them.
I stayed up till 2 o'clock and held a football. Do I get to start for the Ravens next Sunday?
Go ahead. You want to
Go
finish?
ahead.
No, I just want you to keep going.
No, I said I'm done. Go ahead.
So anyway, my point is, facts you have to back up. And you keep mentioning several things. No growth. No one has ever suggested that we're not going to grow. We're suggesting that the way the plan was written and how it's being carried out is not the same. It's all been suggested that the same number of lot yield you get for the same clustering. We're not saying, I'm not sure if it is. I don't know why everybody's so concerned about this. What I'm concerned about is what I'm seeing on the ground and what is being built that has your own reports from planning. And I don't know how, I'm not trying to point fingers, I don't know how it even got through the planning department. Failing level of service F, no remediation. It's supposed to have been done before the shovel went in the ground for the first house, but there's 50-some houses there. We've had our fire department weigh in over and over again. Our roads aren't being wide enough for our trucks to get down. I don't know what's in our code, but the fire code, they can't get the trucks down. We're allowing parking on too small of a road in these retirement communities, and there's nowhere to park because we don't require extra parking. There's a million things that I could go over right now, and what we're trying to do, I asked a month ago for the deferral so we could move the process forward. I was told first I had to get permission just to go and ask them to write it up so we could come today. So we've put these steps in place, I think are too many steps. That's the bureaucracy is getting in the way of just even being able to go to a public hearing and hear what people have to say to be able to make their points. But while I'm here, I'm going to make a few of them. And I think the people in the room, if you understood why is everybody coming here for these senior houses? Williamsburg Builders, first of all, you do a phenomenal job. Welcome you to Carroll County anytime you want to be here. You built a beautiful development that was zoned how it was supposed to be with Elm Street. You do a beautiful job, too. I've told you many times. Thank you both. We love having you in Carroll County. We just want quality like that. And no one ever complained about that project. It's beautiful. I love it. My mother lives right next door to the project, and it's an asset to our community. We want to make sure that continues. And I haven't looked at I haven't looked at your projects, and they're not under my microscope. My microscope is about the, in particular, the retirement communities. One is on the ground today, being built, has no road access, failing intersection, a road that was supposed to go in, and we have not bought a single easement for it in 30 years. We have a 16-foot road connection, we call it a remediation, that doesn't remediate anything. I've been up to State Highway. I've talked to people on the properties that it's going to run across. All it does is take it to another unsignalized intersection. It's going to make more problem. And who's paying for that remediation? You, the taxpayers. I have found out, shockingly, that we are paying for developers to make these connections so they can build their communities. It's crazy. No one else does that. I mean, there's negotiations, there's things that go on. We just say, here, let's put it in our CIP. We don't have a developer contribution in our capital investment plan in the last 5 years. 0 for our roads. Well, if your community affects a road 100%, you should be helping with that remediation in some way or another, or there should be some trade-off. And what we're getting, these retirement villages, and I won't get into the history of them, in our county, and I'll talk about retirement villages, Section 151, 161, retirement village. This is what's in our code. The authorization of conditional use for a retirement village shall be subject to prior concept study, development plan and traffic study review, and determination of density, exterior design, and site layout by the Planning Commission. The determination of density shall not be increased at any subsequent site plan reviews. Three sentences. Okay, let's look at there is nothing else. So why do we build retirement communities? Why do we give what I call bonus density? Because what happened in our last zoning process, somehow, we have these different zones called R20, R40. What's that mean? We also have very simple language for that. What is R20? Residential district, residence district. Purpose. The purpose of R20 district is to provide location for single-family residential development, the individual lots of which generally contain a minimum of 20,000 square feet. The area should be served with public water and public storage facilities. The district would generally coincide with designated for medium-density residential growth on the master plan. Same thing is for R40, which is 1 acre lots. Okay, that's the simple language. And you say, okay, well, then how did we get to this? We went from one property being zoned R40 that could have had 20 houses to that person now having 130 houses because they are, and a road that is failing. It was failing before they purchased the property. We are paying for the road that's not going to fix anything. They have a single entrance in and out now for over 230 homes. And you say, okay, how did we get here? It's because we don't have any certainty. We don't have any predictability. And in our master plan, it had that. So when you talk about people not getting what they deserve, the citizens of my district have not gotten it, and the poor people that have invested after that, who thought, hey, I'll take advantage of this, which we've not done the service to the community. It's not about no growth. It's about growing how we had planned. Let's talk about age restricted. What is the purpose of having age restricted development? We give bonus density, and we give that bonus density. It was never written in under the retirement, that 3 sentences was never written there. Nothing was written about what we expected out of this extra density that we're giving in all these areas. In the back of the zoning, and Clark, you might be familiar with this, in the back of the zoning it says exceptions, the very back, not where it says retirement village, it says exceptions. In a retirement zone, you can build 3.5 houses per acre. That's not transparent. Putting something in the back, it's written in 2023, I think, there's no date on it, that's when it changed. Like, how did this get here? How did this exception of one sentence get in the back that now has made a property be able to get 4 times as many houses on it? So let me just go back to age restricted. Purpose and guidelines. I wrote this, if you Google on age restricted communities, you will get stuff every day in your inbox. And all over the country, they're building these things. There's a demand for age-restricted communities. I agree with you. The way we're doing it, to me, bonus density should only be allowed in certain districts and if they have some of the base level practices in senior design. That's why we're giving away the density. People want maintenance-free, they don't want to take care of everything. That's why we say, okay, you can build more things. So the purpose of, I call it bonus density, giving away extra density, is not just to build more units for seniors. And anybody, if you are listening, I don't care what anyone says, we're telling 1,900 square foot houses for $759,000. That's what they cost. This is not any cheap housing. This is not for your kids, your teachers. This is because there is a market for it. But I think there's a market for nice stuff that we would require some things. And I know you mentioned about the government getting involved. Well, when you are building things, we're not West Virginia. We don't let things go anywhere. And we're just trying to say, if we're going to have this zoning and give you this zoning in a certain area, there's things that we are going to require. It's trading the additional density for the expectation and specific design requirements that benefits the targeted over 55 community, with a goal of enabling our seniors to age in place. Now, this is my vision. If we went to a hearing and we put something together, we could all have our own vision on there. We have these communities in other places in Carroll County. We have one in Tawnytown. It's called Carroll Vista. It is beautiful. It's exactly what I'm talking about. The Tawnytown people did it right. We have it in Westminster. We have a couple of developments there because they have things that make them do it right. It makes you have the ability for our seniors to age in place and have quality, usable, open space with a variety of amendments. If you go to I call it the poster child for what we should not be allowing. The community, I don't want to use its name, I'm not trying to disparage them, but it's not equality development. The open space are all stormwater management ponds. That's all there is, and there's a very small place to gather. Other than that, there is nothing else. You can't park, there's no amenities, there's no green space, there is nothing. And there's not even enough parking. You can't get down the roads. The fire department, the roads were not built wide enough. And I was told because it's a site plan versus something else that they manage their own roads. Well, guess what? Our EMS are still asked to go down those roads. Our fire trucks, our ambulances, and age restricted, these people aren't just 55 when they stay, and we want them to stay there until they're 85 or 90. They're 3 stories with steps. There's nothing required. We have nothing in our code, 0, to say what they have to have. And we can't get the emergency vehicles down. We have 2 letters from our fire department that have been sent to every one of you multiple times, talking about the problems they're having with these developments that people say, oh, they shouldn't park there. Well, make them put up signs that say no parking. Where are they going to park? There's no parking. Their driveways are so short, you can't even fit the 2 cars in the driveway. So if someone, looking at a map is easy. Looking at stuff in person and seeing what's coming out of that map is a little different. And you've seen it, Mr. Henn. I thank you for seeing that. I thank all of you who came down and have seen on the ground what is happening. Our Planning Commission members have not taken a field trip in over 10 years. It used to be common practice that the people, they don't live there, none of them live in our area. A couple have taken it upon themselves because they're hearing about this. Looking on a map is way different than what is happening on the ground. We have many of these in process. It's taken up all the big land that we have. All the major properties that are left, they could be beautiful development. And I'm not just talking about looking at it. I'm talking about the purpose of aging in place, to having a community, to have a Carroll Vista. But we have to require it. Sometimes they don't automatically do it. Sometimes they just want to maximize density. There are developers that do a good job. And I've mentioned a couple of them. I'm not going to mention them again. And I haven't looked at your project, but I'm assuming it's going to be quality because there are times that some developers go above and beyond. Like in Warfield, I'm going to mention again, Elm Street, above and beyond. They put brick on all the front of the townhouses. That's above and beyond to make it fit in. So I believe that will happen again with certain ones. And certain people they're going to do the bare minimum. So we have to say, what are we expecting? What I would like to see us do is do like, you talked about Howard County. We have those 3 sentences, anything goes, you can have all this development. Howard County and Frederick County and Westminster and I think Tawnytown have things in there for age-restricted communities. Some of them are aspirational, and some of them, which means it would be nice, and some of them are, you must do these things. So I'm just going to briefly tell you their thing, even though ours is 4 sentences, theirs is 3 pages long. Now, and you would not disagree with this. If you were looking for, I welcome you here, if you You want something nice to move to. I want something nice. My community wants something to move into. We welcome people. Most people that have been to the community I'm talking about, they'll shake their heads and say, oh my gosh, this is not quality for price. Age-restricted developments must be appropriately designed for adults at least 55 years of age, and they should be able to age in place. Universal design is something we call an evolving concept that provides some guidance. We can pick and choose which things we think is really important. These guidelines that Howard County picked, they decided to get a middle position and saying, we want all these things. They say, we're going to pick the necessary things, but we're going to put in here, here's things we think are aspirational. And some of them are so simple, you just mention it and the developer will do it. And I'll get to that. This is a simple thing that we need for single-family houses and attached developments. Everyone, first of all, we have no single-family homes. There's no variety in any of this. 130 houses that are exactly the same floor plan. In our housing work group, we keep talking about a variety of housing types. Not everybody wants the same thing. Some people might want bigger, some want smaller. They're different. We have nothing. We have all the exact same model, and they're all in the mid to upper 700,000s, even the middle units, which is shocking to me. But anyway, that's okay. It's the market. Single-family detached should have a no-step access to the front door and all dwelling units and community buildings. I've never seen a senior housing development that has 2 steps getting up front with no handrail. It's zero access. I have a house in Delaware. Zero access. It's not even so. That way you can get a little wheelchair up. That way you can get in. 36-inch door. Okay, it's on a slab. It's not 3 stories. Your living area is bigger so that you have it all on mostly 1 floor, maybe 2. We have 3-step. A no-step entrance is desirable. 36 wide-inch doors. Interior doorways a certain width. These are little things. Complete living area, including master bedroom on the first floor. I think most do that. Lever handles on interior and exterior doors. These are minor things that could be aspirational, but guess what? When you're older, a doorknob or you're disabled, it's hard to do a doorknob. I don't know if it costs any more money to do that, but these are things that are in universal design. Low maintenance exterior, covered main entry. It's a little thing, visual ID of visitors. They have a peephole, because if you're an older woman and you're alone, you might want to look out and have a peephole. And they say, oh, let the market decide. Handrails on both sides of stairs. Light switches that are rocker light switches, so they're easier to use. Lighting for people with diminished, a lot of us when we get older, you need better lighting. Lighting in your closets and in your pantry. Slip-resistant floor in kitchen and bath. Curbless shower. Not a tub or not a shower that's like, okay, these are just a few examples, and it is details, but it's expectations. I don't know that it makes, and some of you might already have them and I don't know, but some don't have any of these things. We just want to have a bare minimum. So these communities.
And we move on to them. None of this affects our motions today.
You know what, sir? I'm going to finish, and we've spent a lot of time on. I appreciate it, because I want you to understand where I'm coming from, because I think you just said why.
After about an hour, I fully understand. Go ahead.
How many hours have we spent on the power line?
I agree.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
We will spend hours on this.
That's good. I appreciate it, and you should. I appreciate it, and it hadn't been hours, but I appreciate it. I just want you to know this isn't just if you hadn't told me that we're doing it for anti-growth and there's only a handful of people here, but I would say, you're right. But I'm trying to show you that that's not the case. We've had hundreds of people that, excuse me.
That's incorrect, but keep talking.
You can talk after I'm finished.
This is an anti-business and anti-growth, and you're very naive.
Well, I'm going to tell you all of you first. I represent the citizens of Carroll County, specifically the Freedom District, but I've represented the whole county at one point or another for many, many years. And I've done a lot for every part of that county, and I've always done what's best for the citizens. And when I do, I always make out. And you know what, developers, love you too. I sit down with any of you, and it could be a win-win situation. We're in a situation here that our ordinance has not been done properly. Even though we have all these processes in place, somehow I don't know how, there's nothing in our code that says you must implement the plan. That there's not a staff member that says, hey, this doesn't match. The book that we get with reports to the Planning Commission, on the one project I'm talking about, all the way through, they announced the failures and they kept passing it through. It says, you should not have any parking. The driveways the things aren't wide enough. All the way through, the level of intersection is failing. It's all right there, but it keeps getting passed through. I don't know where it should have been stopped. It should have never gotten to that point. The fire department's weighing in. We were supposed to have 2 fire departments when I went back to the original master plan that we expected by 2025 we'd have 2 fire departments. We have one that is handling the most volume in the county by far. They're nowhere near half of these places. They hardly can get there because of the traffic issues and the Route 26 backup, so we're problematic. But we look at average response times. So on the age-restricted communities, for the people that I know, they want a quality product. People buy stuff when there's nothing else. Spaces should be maneuverable. Fixtures and appliances should be usable for people with limited dexterity. Dwellings should be adoptable and able to transition. They should be safe. They should reduce the incidence of fall. They shouldn't have an extra step in them. And you would think some of it is common sense. Well, I would think it would be common sense to have parking for people so they could get into their units. You can't get out of the car without stepping in the grass. What if you're on a sidewalk? What if you're in a walker? What if you're in a wheelchair? Good bathroom design, making sure that at least your shower has supports there if you need to put something in there, a grab bar, instead of not having, it costs a lot to install this later. We're giving away the density and we're not, and again, some of these developers are doing a good job. You talked about Howard County, you talked about Frederick County. They have beautiful, beautiful retirement communities. I want that here too. That's all I'm asking for. They do have them. So how do we get there? I don't know, but right now we're not getting it with the 3 sentences that we have defining our retirement communities and how much we put or how little. And, the fact that we have to go through 5 processes and all these things for us to come up with something good, it should not be. Earner's bedroom, making sure it's first floor, large enough to accommodate a wheelchair someday. You hope these people can age in place. Parking in driveways, wide enough for 2 cars and a transition area to a dwelling in a wheelchair or walker, or just for a person that's not sure-footed. As we get older, I saw some driveways over there with it like this. I don't know how you'd get out of them when it's wet or slippery and you're not stable. You should have flat driveways. There should be excess parking for visitors. When you say there's 2 spots and 2 in the garage, well, how do you get out of the garage when you got these 2 little spots? They're tiny. There's no parking on the road. People are parking on the sidewalk on our, what do you call it, the ramp? We have to ramp up. Mountable curbs, because they're trying to get out of the way. So now they're on the sidewalk, and now you can't walk on the sidewalk because people are now parked on the mountable curb. And Commissioner Gordon, you saw it, you saw a little bit of it. Little things like that. And the other thing we give density for is to have some open space that is usable. The fact that we call a stormwater management pond, and these are not fancy. Some places they have ones with fountains in the middle, and I call that an attraction. These are dirt stormwater management ponds and swales. The entire community, that's all that it is. There is not a single park bench or a single place of green space. And in our code, in our Freedom Plan, it talks about what open space is. It does not mention stormwater management pond being open space or environmentally whatever. So again, you go back to and even in our definition in our code, open space is not defined as that. So if you want to go back to the facts, go back and read our code. I've read every piece of our code for land use, and our code does not match what we are implementing. Some of our code doesn't match the Freedom Plan, but even the things that are in place don't match what is happening on the ground. So whether it's for the retirement communities, these communities are going to be around for 50 years, I hope. This little pause, this little hopeful pause to getting this correct is going to be a blip on everybody's radar screen. And we keep talking about lawsuits, and it is a red herring, I'm sorry. The lawsuit that occurred in 2003 had to do with the fact that we had Mount Airy building so many houses at once, no one knew what was going on. Schools were so overcrowded that they took permits away from someone that had already been given permits to build, and they took them away because they got sued and we bought the property. It has nothing to do with this pause that we're trying to do. We're not taking anybody's permits away. Some people are further along than others. Good developers, and I thank you, all have offered to meet. How do we work through this? What can we do? I thank you for that because you understand. You want to leave a good. I think you want to leave a good community as well. So another thing in these homes, maintainable, easily maintained. Equipment that easily services. Tilt windows is nice when you're older. You don't have to go down on a ladder. Durability. Now, there's pages of this that we can have. Even when I look at Westminster, I'm like, how are we're Carroll County. We're the whole county, and we have 3 sentences. We can do better than that. And I want to thank Mr. Hine and Daphne who are willing to do that. And I'm not pointing fingers at you, because we need to give you the direction to do it. We have this process in place called a deferral in our own code, and it talks about if things don't line up. It doesn't say anything about all these other things that have been brought up. Our code allows for it. State law allows for it. They say health and safety issues should be a concern, but also the fact that our plan does not match the ordinances that we passed, which they're supposed to. It was not done incorrectly, and we need to put something in our ordinance. The very first thing, you should be following the master plans, whether it's the Carroll County plan, the Freedom Plan, and if we're not going to follow our plans, then why are we going through this planning process every 10 years and making a big deal about it? So I think the spirit of what we're trying to do, I could go on forever, and I have all the facts here. I've read every part of the code of what should cluster development be? How does it promote affordability? One of the things I've found in cluster development, in some of them, is that now you have this empty open space that's not really usable. It's just over here and over there. It's these stormwater and now we have a homeowner fee that you have to pay to take care of that stuff. Well, if you had it on just your own property, I don't have a homeowner fee. I have a non-clustered lot, no homeowner fee. I take care of my property. So you got to say, what's the benefit that this clustering is going to give that community member that now they have to have a homeowner fee to take care of all the, and they're hundreds of dollars taking care of whatever they're supposed to take care of. So I don't want to get into that. I'm not debating what we should or shouldn't do. What I'm debating is that we need to put something together, put our brains together in the spirit of what the Freedom Plan came up with and the hundreds of hours that people put into commenting in their 3 minutes that they were given. The fact that we never had a community work group that worked like they did in the last plan that was put together to an advisory council, which every other Freedom Plan had done. We didn't do that this last time. And part of it's because the person who ran it wanted to run it her way, and now she's in Howard County, hopefully not screwing up Howard County. One of the goals in our housing element on page 51, it says, goal, preserves the character of existing communities. That doesn't mean have an existing community, and this is another project, that you then throw in a bunch of these things, which it's not even one I've talked about. It's just thrown in there because there was a couple acres there and they threw like 40 houses in there. They're all jammed together. There's no amenities for seniors, but they're seniors. And we don't even have anything in our code that makes you be 55, except we call it that. There's nothing to enforce the fact. Some of these people are, there's nothing in our deed, there's nothing that the developer's supposed to do, but we have nothing in our ordinance that says developer must have X, Y, and Z in place that I can see in our ordinance. Some of this stuff is done through technical review. We don't even control any of that, and they'll say, well, technical review allows this. Well, we need to review that as well. One of the objectives of our housing, encourage and provide for communities that are respectful of existing land use policies and market forces. I'm respectful of that. I'm not saying do not build these communities where it was supposed to be. The only one that on the plan, since we're doing these all together, on the planned commercial center, and let's call that mixed use, there was a vision out there. We don't have anything designated misuse, and this will not affect anybody. That project is not a benefit to our community. There's nice mixed use around. There's nice mix. I mean, downtown Westminster is mixed use. You know, it's a town. People live upstairs. There's towns downstairs. Well, I'll give you a picture of our mixed use, and you tell me if that's the vision. It's not. People are parking at the fire hydrant because there's no parking for the residents that live upstairs who hang. I just won't even mention. It's an eyesore. It's brand new. So we need to put some code in place. What is mixed use? What do we expect from it? I will tell you, during the master plan process many years ago, we were shown a bunch of pictures of mixed use, and it was very beautiful. But we don't define it, so we don't get that. It just becomes what someone thinks of it, and sometimes it's just the cheapest way you can do it. It's not an asset. So that's another issue. We don't have any definition of really, except people can live upstairs and businesses downstairs. I would not like to live across the street from them with now the bright lights that they have that you can see from a mile away, but that's just me. I have listed pages and pages pulled out of the master plan, and I'm just saying the stuff is not consistent. I apologize to people that have made some investment. I hope your investment will actually get you more dollars and more predictability. We've talked about taking a step out of the process. I'm sure the citizens would love to have a step out of the process because they don't even know what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, there's so many steps. But if we had predictability for everybody, for the citizens and for the developers, I know it might put some of the attorneys out of business, and some of the attorneys, Clark, I've said I'd hire you if I needed somebody for my land, but not necessarily of my side of looking out for our community. But that's okay, that's your job. That's your job. And I respect that as well. You need to respect our job. Our job is to do what's best for our community, and this happens to be mine, and I've always supported what's best for yours too, because I believe that. And sometimes there's going to be a little friction if we grandfather things. Might as well, because everything, now, there's some that are far along that we can negotiate and see, is this really a problem, what they've done? I have not examined every plan, and I'm sorry about that, I have not. I've just taken the worst ones that are, and I think we're already on the verge of having some, them seeing the light as well, on other plans. So the holidays are coming up. I don't think the bandwidth is there for everybody to get together like this, often, to crank through it. We have a plan to expedite this. The first thing we have to do is just go to a public hearing to hear this all over again, which I would rather not do, but we've now done it twice because that's the process that, we said we had to do. And I'm sorry that we had to go through it all these times, but I just can't, not keep repeating some of the stuff. If you want to talk about safety, let's just look at with the fire department. They've sent us 2 letters about the problems they're having. No one seems to be listening or caring about how these things are being designed. There's basements in these things that don't even have a way to get out of the basement, except there's a big round thing, you got to climb up a hole. You got to climb up a ladder. That, I don't think I could climb up the ladder. I don't think that senior citizens should be, that is not acceptable in senior housing to have basements that you can't exit. I know there's basements in Howard County. They're wonderful. You can walk out of them. They're big. So there's ways to do it, but we have to make sure that it's done. We owe that to our people. That's why the government's here, because we allow this stuff. And the difference, Chris, you've told me we have a difference between a site plan and a site subdivision plan, and the fact that the rules are different. The truck still has to get down the road, and you understand. You understand that. And to say that, well, they own it and it's less for them to take care of. Well, when that 911 guy comes and he has to plow through cars that are parked there that aren't supposed to be there, but there's no parking signs, they're going to say, well, we have a different kind of site plan for them. It's inconsistent. And I think they're in the community, some of you from Howard County, go read our plan and you're going to say, oh, I didn't realize this is what we let happen. We're trying to grow up and fix that, like our towns have already done. So I would ask for respectfully, all we're asking is go to a public hearing and on this, to do the deferral, but while we're doing that, I would like to ask us that we can start putting forth some ideas on what we're trying to get to here, so we can be using these weeks to move the language forward. If it saves us a month, if it saves us whatever, the quicker we can start cranking this stuff out for something to look at, the quicker we'll be through it. I think we picked 8 months, we picked 8 just because of the budget process and our time commitment availability. We can get through that. But we have to produce the product for someone to look at, planning commission, bring it back to us, and it can move much more quickly. It just depends on if we really want to make it move more quickly. And we welcome other people at the table to look at these things too. You developers can tell us what's expensive, what's not. What do we do with stormwater management so we don't have to call that our open space? Nowhere in our definitions or in this plan do they consider open space as stormwater management ponds. It's been considered that. I think it's wrong. Now, I don't know if you're going to lose lots because, I don't know, maybe you could go underground. That's where we have to sit down and say, how are they doing it in these other development, in these other counties? Because I go to these projects and they're nice. So it's up to us. Everybody says up to the commissioners. I'm always told it's up to the commissioners. I just need 3 out of 5. That's my goal. It's not to not grow. It's not to, try to get us in a lawsuit, which would be silly because it would be so short term, wouldn't be worth it. And we're willing to work with everybody. And when I think, Tom, Commissioner Gordon, you said it best. Predictability, fairness, and stability, that's what we need, but we need it on the front end. And we have not given, I say we collectively, I've only been here for 2 months. I take responsibility, because one thing people do is point fingers at everybody. I take responsibility. I'm here. I've done everything possible that I can in the last 2 months to bring this forward in the proper way. It took me a month to get to this date, but I've done my homework. Other people can do theirs. But it's not fair to not have predictability for the citizens that I represent and you represent, and unfortunately, people are caught in the crosshairs of this, and I do apologize for that, and we'll do the best we can to work through it. So I don't know if there's anything else, but if you want to talk about safety, read the fire department's letters. I could.
We're still not ready to make a motion? I mean, we've been 2 hours on this.
And I'm sorry, sir, that you're inconvenienced for 2 hours.
No, I'm not inconvenienced. Everyone listening to this is inconvenienced. It's
not
just,
fair.
we
They can
need
hang
to
up.
make a
That's not
motion
fair.
and move forward.
I don't need to do anything. You know what? As I've told
No,
you,
you don't.
we have spent every
okay.
meeting that I've been to talking about power lines before we come into, and I'm willing to do that. I'm willing.
Talked about power
Let's get-
lines today for about 30 seconds.
Come on,
We've
put-
spent a lot of time, and I'm happy with that.
So,
But in my,
Make a motion and move forward with this. Like I say, we've been, 2 hours and 15 minutes.
oh dear. Well, if you need to go ahead. You can leave.
What's that?
If you need to exit, you can go.
Why
I
don't-
can't
let's-
If
hear
you
you.
want to exit, I'm just.
If I might, let's keep.
I'd like to see a motion and us move
just-
forward
let's
with
keep
this.
it-
We
Point of
can't
order
talk
here.
about
Let's
the
get back on
things
track.
we
Okay.
want to do.
I wanna make-
Let's do the important things.
Okay,
Let's keep to the.
Let's get
keep
back
to
on
the
track.
Yes,
topic.
let's get back on track.
Okay.
let's get back on
All right,
track.
I'm sorry to inconvenience your time.
No, you're
I just
not.
want to,
No, you're not,
on
but
the,
Go ahead.
it's been brought up about the safety issue.
To make that statement.
I,
I'm a bit sorry you're inconveniencing everyone.
Okay, come on.
if somebody's on the phone, they can hang up if you don't want to listen. Sorry. So on the Sykesville Freedom Fire Department, they sent us 2 letters about the service area in Eldersburg and the road accessibility and parking. They're concerned about it in both new and established neighborhoods. The traffic controls on Route 26 that we haven't even mentioned, that there hasn't been an investment by the county in 30 years in Route 26 fixing it, and the state has postponed our project over and over for many reasons. So you have that kind of, that's just the overall growth that people are complaining about not having adequate facilities put in place for the growth that we've had there. And one of my concerns is the money that we're spending in our capital budget to accelerate some of these projects and getting projects that are not even envisioned in our master plan, and we're paying for the accessibility to get to it, which I don't think any other county does. And we haven't collected in 5 years, as I said, a penny from someone to help participate in that. We've collected money, would you tell me, 15 years ago, we collected $30,000 from a developer for a future piece of road that we're going to pay over $1 million to put in. $30,000 for $1 million, that wasn't a good negotiation. And one thing I believe that we should be accountable. The 5 of us, we should be approving these deals and not a staff person who might come and go and has no direction on what to approve. At the end of the day, we approve every pickup truck that we buy here, every pencil up here, and we waste a lot of time doing that, and we don't vote on the important things like these deals that are being made that we don't even know what they were made 30 years ago. We do have, in making sure that the rules we put in place are followed. If the commissioners are supposed to sign off on something, they should need to sign off on it. It shouldn't be that one person says, go ahead and do this, and then we're committed to doing something. And we need to make sure that our staff knows that that's the process that we have. So,
Commissioner, if I could ask, the letters that you received from the fire department, could you forward those to us?
you supposedly we're getting them. I will get copies of 2.
Okay,
They sent
'cause
one like a week ago.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing those, and I would certainly like to see those.
One was
so.
from last night.
Well, last night, okay.
I mean, they re-upped this. Again, a lot of this stuff is going to come at the public hearing. I didn't ask people to come to this meeting. We're trying to get this to the public hearing so that people can come and express their concerns. And one of the reasons I'm saying a lot of this stuff is because I don't think the average person knows what is even going on or what happened that we got to this point. The storage facility people know it because it happened and it's affecting you, and it's a big deal. I mean, the big deal, what can go there? The next guy down the road is going to wish he paid attention, because if he's got a piece of property next to him, depending on how the zoning got rewritten, it might not fit there. And when we did it, it was a comprehensive rezoning. There's little mistakes that were made. We must say mistakes, unintended consequences possibly. We need to fix those unintended consequences. So I am not listening to the vocal minority. I represent my community. They expect this from me. I don't know how many people we need. You need 1,000? You want what? I thank you all for coming, and I do respect you, even though last week we was told they were counting 12 of you out of 180,000 people. I respect that you've been through this for all this time. It affects your community. It's not next to my house. It doesn't sit up the facility next to my house. I know it's going to devalue your land values. You've lived there for 40 and 50 years. Never anticipated just by the stroke of a pen that can happen next to you, and that's not fair. So I'm hoping that some of the folks in the audience will work with us. And we do not have a no-growth attitude. And when people go around the county saying that, that's not true. The only thing we want is what was planned for, how it was planned, and that it be done properly. So the grandfathering, I don't think, the grandfathering is going to encourage these things to move forward. which is not fair. And then if we change it, I don't think it's fair, but, and it's mostly every property. These are large projects. This is not just a couple little things. So I will stop if that's, I'm not going to change anybody's mind, and that's okay. I don't expect to.
Do you want to make your motions?
I'm trying to figure out what,
Do we want to reach a consensus? The grandfathering, are you okay if they develop the wording and we bring it to the public hearing, or you don't even want it entertained?
well, it would have to be project by project. To just say we're going to grandfather each of these whole categories would not, I mean, you can put in whatever you want, but it would not serve the purpose.
But you're okay with the wording moving forward to the public hearing, and maybe
No,
one of the four get grandfathered, who knows?
I would say that could be an amendment. What goes to the hearing is one thing. What we come back, you can, if you want to, at that point, amend what we come up
my
with.
gosh, yes.
But I think in the meantime, it needs to be clear that the intention is to affect some of these projects. Some of these projects are already doing these things, and it will not be a big deal. I don't believe. It depends on what we come up with. Others, it may be, and it needs to be, because we do not want more of the same. And I'm going to tell you, if you go look at what I'm talking about, you're not going to want. I don't think that's what everybody wants to move to for 700 and something, and they're not affordable. And we also need to see what's the impact on how much more stormwater management do you have to put in to move stuff closer together versus if you left it more spread apart and can leave it on your own property. It might up. I mean, some of these houses are selling for more than the existing homes that are twice as big. And you say, well, why would they do that? Well, people want to not take care of things, but they're not affordable, and the existing houses that people are moving out of are more affordable than what they're moving into, but they want to not take care of things. So I would prefer that we just go to the public hearing, hear what they have to say. People can talk about the grandfathering. We still have to come back and approve that. And then if you, after what we've heard, want to do the grandfathering, I'm just telling you from my point of view on the big projects, it's not going to, we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. And if we can get that hearing in as quickly as possible, I request that it be done in the evening so that people that work can be there in my district. People work over our county. And that it be held in the Freedom District at the Senior Center so people can attend, which has always been a little problematic, because in every other growth area in the county, they are able to do it in their own communities as well. So that's what I would ask, and if we can schedule it the week after Thanksgiving, whatever suits us, I'll expedite this any way I can. So that. So do you want me to do these one at a time, or do all four together? And do you want me to read them all?
So, okay, just to try to bring things back to the center, I know we don't have a motion yet. I've lamented on numerous occasions that when we start down this path, it's sort of like a train leaving the station, and you can't stop it, and things sort of happen the way they do procedurally, and it's not perfect, and it is clunky, and it takes too long. So I think that's the debate right now. I mean, are we ready for this train to leave the station? And how much can we get done quickly? And I just want to reiterate that. I think we've spent a lot of time talking about it already. It's going to come down to what's written down on a piece of paper at this point. And I think we have enough to go off of. Is the end product going to be perfect? Probably not. Nothing's perfect. And I have sat up here on numerous occasions trying to push ordinance changes, and I have been somewhat successful, but not completely successful. And I've taken that as a win. So obviously we've got a lot of work to do, but if there's a further debate about whether we really want to go to a public hearing at this point, I think we better have that now and go ahead and move on.
Yeah, so I think, as you did last week, just read the main motion and then do, self-storage, have a vote.
Yep.
Then you don't need to reread the main motion and talk cluster and have a vote. Is that?
And there's
Just
not,
like you did
and there's
last
not a date in here, and there are different dates in the main motion. It just says 2026. Should I just say the 3 months? Like for the first one's 3 months, the others are whatever they are.
Well,
I don't think the motion
recommended
doesn't have a
motion that
date
you
at
could
all.
read
Right.
from.
It just says proposed
on the-
ordinance temporarily.
Okay.
Each ordinance has the date.
So we're not gonna do each one separately. So we're gonna all be the same on each one. We want to vote on all together.
I think, read the proposed motion and say self-storage for 3 months and we vote.
Okay.
And then just say, you don't have to read the whole thing again.
Okay.
But do 4 votes. I think
Okay.
that's more transparent.
I move that the Board of Commissioners direct staff to schedule a public hearing as quickly as possible on proposed ordinances, temporarily pausing the processing, reviewing, and approval of any plan, development plan, site plan, or conditional use application in the Freedom Designated Growth Area for the following projects. Number 1, self-storage facility, and that one is 3 months.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you.
Cluster subdivision, same motion, and that would be for the 8 months? Is that what's in the?
Cluster 6.
6 months, that's fine, 6 months.
Second.
I have a motion, and a second. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
No.
Same motion, retirement village and retirement homes, that would be for the 6 months.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
And then planned commercial centers, that would be for, that one's 8 months, because that doesn't have anybody, we're not really deferring anything, but we want to make sure someone coming in is not looking. So make that one longer?
That's the way,
Says- yeah, it's 8
that was
months.
the discussion last
Yes, I
time.
think that's correct. Okay. Planned commercial centers for 8 months.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So each of those passed 3-2, just to be
Now-
clear, right?
Except the first one.
Is anyone interested in a motion that we look at grandfathering so the public hearing gets to see that too? Is anybody interested in that or not?
I think there's an interest. I'm not sure how we do it.
Right.
They,
But yeah.
Mr. Burke, you can write 2 sets. You can do the wording for grandfathering but not do them all as grandfathering, but do that as an option, right?
You want it as an alternative
Yeah, yes,
language?
Yes.
We can, yes, we can have that.
So what happens between now and the hearing and the time when we, at what point, I mean, people don't want to keep moving forward with something. At what point will they have some certainty?
When the board votes to adopt the ordinances, to defer.
And that would be after the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay. So we could,
It can be the evening of the public hearing, or if you do it in the evening, or it can be, it could be immediately after the public hearing.
and keep in mind, if you want to do that, there's some just in the concept phase. They're on a piece of paper. There's nothing, so they're all different levels of the pipeline, but pretty much there's 1,300 houses in the pipeline. 800 of them are the senior housing. So if we grandfather them, you pretty much, it's every big property that's left to be developed. And it's,
In my opinion, maybe we don't want a grandfather senior housing, but we want a grandfather cluster, or vice versa. But I just think everybody ought to get to see how it's going to be worded and comment on that.
but it is.
That's all I'm saying.
But my point is, there's different levels. Some, I guess, the concept, or is it somebody's at final review?
Yep.
Because it is different. I mean, obviously, somebody's at concept.
Well, that's, I would say, the challenge with grandfathering is, what does that mean? When we've used grandfathering before, not related to deferrals, it's been something's already on the ground, and then we change a rule, and we say they're okay. You know, they can operate under that rule. This is a little different. Nothing's yet on the ground. It'd be parsing what would you allow? Basically, the question is, what would the board want to allow to move forward and not be deferred? And what would the board not want to move forward, right?
And at what stage?
Yes,
I mean,
that's what I mean.
What's the
Yeah,
milestone?
where?
That's what we
And
would
that's
need.
why I think we need legal and staff to look at it. If you come up with whatever, it's,
Well, we could
they've
come up
done
with,
the concept plan, or pick something, and you do it, and then we and the public can decide, yeah, that's not too bad, or hell no, we don't want that. He's crazy.
And the end
it would
goal.
be a recommendation, sure.
The end goal, I know people keep talking about predictability. This bad business environment that is a perception of Carroll County is not because of this. It's been like that for a long time. And part of it's because of the lack of predictability. And we want to give predictability, and there's so many steps you got to go through, and then people coming back. The more certainty you have, the less steps you got, maybe we could cut some of those steps out. Time is money, and we realize that. But if you don't, if it's, you know, if it's taking years to get something through, that's not acceptable either. So once we get predictability in place, you can then talk about changing the process and making it more timely and getting stuff done instead of, you know, keep changing things. So that's a goal of mine as well, is predictability for everyone.
So would we like them to look at grandfathering or not bother?
Like, for example, like if an alternative ordinance that would say with the potential or with the option for grandfathering, just something simple language that our citizens could look at and.
And at what
okay with
stage?
that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I think if the board is at all interested in grandfathering, it's just a more complicated subject here because we have to, you have to decide at what point the thing isn't already there. It's not already something you can feel and see. It's going through a process. So what point of that process do you consider them, deferred or not deferred? And so I would want to give, I think, the board a recommendation, if you're interested, if you have a majority here interested in this topic, I would want staff to give you a recommendation of where that would be.
Yes.
And why, and what the impacts would be. You know, if you grandfather at this point, these things would move forward, these things wouldn't. Does that make sense?
And that makes a lot of sense. And what I feel like, if we do
And
that.
Clark Schaefer didn't even
If we do
whisper
that
in
the
my
week
ear.
after the public hearing, it looks disingenuous. It doesn't look transparent.
Can I say 2 sentences?
We don't have to pay
All you
you,
have
do
to
we?
do is put in your public ad, the commissioners will also consider grandfathering certain projects related to their place in the system at this hearing. If you don't do that, and it's not in the ordinance, you're not going to be able to enact it even if you want to. Because I didn't come to the hearing because I thought there was no chance of grandfathering, and I just found out that the property next door to me is going to be 8,000 units because you grandfathered it in. And I read the ad, and I didn't know it was even on the table, so respectfully.
Thank
So no grandfather.
I still think, though, if the board is interested in actually doing it, that you have to know what the impacts would mean. Because after you have the public hearing, if you say, yeah, we're great with these deferrals, go for it, but we want to grandfather, you don't want to wait another couple weeks till we figure out, you know, and give you a recommendation on what that would mean and who it impacts. You want to be able to do it. It sounds like time is of the essence for everyone.
Yes.
You want to be able to do that as soon as possible.
So basically, we would, by vote or by consent, ask staff to recommend some things for us regarding grandfathering.
So do you like Clark's idea that you put in the possibility of grandfathering in the ordinance, just generically?
Say it in the ad.
Okay.
And then, who knows, Mr. Burke might tell us, well, that's not legal, you know, whatever. I think we need to look at it.
And then if you like that, we can come, you know, provide to you information about what impacts different spots would have.
Do we need a motion and a second, or?
Sure, why not?
Mr. Bigliotti?
I'll make a motion to do so.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
You're-
I think that's setting us up for a problem.
Okay.
Okay.
We good?
The only other thing is, Commissioner
what?
Krebs mentioned,
Or
and
one.
I'd like clarity on this, because this is a huge project, which however way we go. But it sounds to me like the majority of the board wants to, regardless of deferral or not deferral, to defer or not to defer, I feel like it should be. Anyway, that the board is interested in making some changes with respect to at least these 4 portions of our zoning code. So do I have direction from the board that we start putting together some information that, you know, on this? You know, so that we can, as soon as the deferral is, we have meat to work
Head
with.
start.
Yeah, a head start.
And again, I'll just point out, it's more than language, it's just the changes. Give us the changes. That's as simple as that.
And does that change how we want to do work session? We've been doing work sessions. Do we need to do more? Do we need to tweak the topics, or
So
we just need to keep doing it?
So next week you have a work session on senior housing. I'd say continue to do it, and maybe we'll get, and what we would like, we had one on clustering. We think we got direction. We provided the board with information of things that you were interested in with regard to clustering. So I think we've got some basis there. I think a work session on the senior housing would be helpful, and then maybe we'll get, hopefully, we'll get direction from that. And then we don't have one on self-storage or planned commercial centers at this point, but I think we have some ideas on self-storage that's been talked about a couple different times in a couple different ways. I don't know that we need a work session on that. And I think planned commercial centers, since there's nothing right in front of us, I would put that off.
And I would suggest even on that, we can talk about it later, but planned commercial centers, we don't even have a zoning for that. I don't even know why we have it in there. I mean, right now, there's nobody doing it. I would just remove it and like during the next, I mean, we can talk about it during the next master plan process, spend time. It's a big, big issue. It's mixed use. And I think counties have talked about it for years and years and evolved. And instead of putting that burden on us, I mean, because there's nothing in the works, in the Freedom District or in the part we control, the unincorporated areas, I'm not suggesting that we even have to go through, that's going to take more bandwidth than the rest of this. So we don't even, in my opinion, have to have it. It was never even referred to. It was never, if you read what mixed use was in the Freedom Plan, it has nothing to do with what we just talked about with the way it's defined. So we can talk about that at the hearing. I'm just going to ask that no matter what we do, in place today, we have a Carroll County master plan and we have a Freedom master plan. Finksburg doesn't have housing, so this, I don't know if it would affect the planned commercial center, but we need to look at the master plans that are in place. They are our rules. They've been adopted, better or worse, and they're here. We need to make sure we're referring back to them. That's still our guide. That's our Bible until we change it. So they need to be aligned with the master plan.
And on the topic of work sessions, so, I mean, for the sake of transparency, it's probably a good idea to add those. I don't know if we'll need them all, if we've got the changes we all are looking for, at least the majority of us. So I don't know if there's an issue with canceling a work session if we don't need it, if it's on the agenda at some point. Obviously, everything's going to be discussed here and open. I mean, we're not making these deals behind closed doors. So I just want to point that out. Because, again, we are looking at trying to move things forward as quickly as possible. Will we need a work session to, make changes to certain things? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah. So we have had the cluster one. We have the retirement village one set up.
Sure.
I think we could come back with recommendations on the self-storage without a work session. And the planned commercial centers, I'm just saying, I think we could do that a little later.
So that's I'm
those three.
just trying to streamline things to the degree we can and not make it look like, all these decisions have already been made, which of course
Right.
they're not. So,
No.
okay, so we've got a motion.
Yeah, is that
We're good on
okay that we have-
grandfathering, and we can move on to
Yeah, we already did
buying
the.
some stuff, I guess.
We passed the grandfathering, and I think we.
And I think I have direction from staff.
Yes.
Yeah, we have direction.
And it might be helpful even for us in a work session, if we had if we start putting this together, at least it's all there to talk about. Instead of, add this later, we can at least have something, a draft to work from. You know what I'm saying? Unless you need more direction. We did it on clustering, so we come forward with something, and I've got, idea, come forth with that draft, and then talk about it. Instead of saying, what do you think about this and that? Because I already said a lot of it today. As long as align it with the master plan, what the expectations are, we can look around what is done around us in pretty much everywhere else, even our towns, and let's use some of that language, pull it together, and then let us have something to start from.
Okay. So the plan for the retirement homes, retirement villages, is to go over a basic what it is. So there's a baseline of understanding of what it is, and then talk about where it's been, and then future where it could go based on conversations.
And one other thing I'd like while you're looking at this, because of the safety issues, and this is a big issue of the roads and the fire departments and accessibility, that needs to be looked at, because they're roads, you can't change them. You can change a lever on the door handle, but changing the size of a road or the accessibility of the fire department, that's the biggest issue on the planned retirement communities. That's a safety issue. So if we could make sure, I don't know where all the plans are. I can't read plans very good. I was trying to read them last night. There's so many numbers on them, I don't know what they all mean. But the fact that the one I'm talking about, it was clear that they didn't meet the code, and yet it got approved anyway. I don't know how. But we just need to make sure that.
We'll have DPW there to explain that, and then you can change it.
And we need to talk about the whole process, which you've brought up before. I've seen BZA overrule their zoning administrator on a driveway that a fire truck couldn't get in, and they overruled him and said it's adequate. So,
And again, I'd like to understand, maybe Tim could let us know about that. That's a big issue. Is it how we have things written that they're able to overrule us, or is it something, because I think we get overruled a lot more, and they say they don't want to, but they can't because our code allows may. We have may in there so many times. So I don't want to discuss it now, but I think we need to tighten things up so the BZA doesn't feel that they should be overruling it. Because I think, I agree with you, but I think we have so much stuff in there, and they're like, well, it says you can do it.
Yeah.
So we need to tighten it up.
That's a proper characterization of some of the things that have happened. The zoning administrator is going off of what's written down, and I have been one of those people who have been disappointed in some of those rulings, and later on it's, well, here it is in the language. So completely support that, and I think that's what this entire effort is really, all about, and we can only bite off as much as we can chew, but I think that's a concern. So, all right. So is that enough for you, Mr. Hine? I mean, just no sweat,
problem.
right?
Got it.
Okay.
and Citizen Service doesn't want to talk about meals because it's after lunch, right? So,
Did you bring any? Can you go grab some?
so Citizen Service, talk
Thanks.
about
Thanks, Chris.
congregate meals.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you all for your comments.
Morning, everybody. No, good afternoon, everybody, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Bureau of Aging and Disabilities, request your approval to renew the contract for congregate meals with Business Food Solutions Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $200,000. This renewal is being made through a term contract that was competitively bid and awarded to Business Food Solution Incorporated. The amount is approved in the FY26 budget.
I'll be quick. We offer congregate meals at all 5 of our senior and community centers 5 days a week. We serve approximately 1,400 unduplicated individuals every year. And in fiscal year 2025, we served over 30,000 meals.
Motion to renew the contract for congregate meals with Business Food Solution Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $200,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Now, the same group's going to talk about home-delivered meals.
The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Bureau of Aging and Disabilities, requests your approval to renew the contract for home-delivered meals with Meals on Wheels of Central Maryland Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $185,500. This renewal is being made through a term contract that was competitively bid and awarded to Meals on Wheels of Central Maryland Incorporated. This amount is approved in the FY26 budget.
Again, Meals on Wheels of Central Maryland is our provider for the home-delivered meals. We've had a long-standing partnership with them, and in fiscal year 25, we served around 19,000, or they provided 19,598 meals.
Motion to renew the contract for home-delivered meals with Meals on Wheels of Central Maryland Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $185,500.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you as well.
Now, Public Works is going to talk about a pipe culvert and storm drain rehabilitation.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Bureau of Engineering, requests your approval to award the contract for the 2025 pipe culvert and storm drain rehabilitation to Pleasance Construction Incorporated in the amount of $1,892,900. The Bureau of Engineering formally solicited bids for this project on public purchase with 4 respondents. The amount is within the FY26 adopted budget.
This project includes placing approximately 12,536 linear feet of cured-in-place pipe in pipe culverts and storm drain segments ranging from size 15 inches to 36 inches in diameter. There are 163 pipe locations on 52 different roadways. These roadways are part of our pavement rehabilitation projects. We hope that this will extend the life of the pipes to about 30 to 40 years. The product's been in place about 51 years, so they're seeing that life in that. The estimated cost, if we were to replace these
pipes is just over $3.8 million, a savings about $1.9 million. In addition, this is less intrusive and quicker than a full replacement. Several of these pipes run through residential properties, and if we were to replace a pipe, there'd be significant impact to those properties.
Motion to award the contract for the 2025 pipe, culvert, and storm drain rehabilitation to Pleasance Construction Incorporated in the amount of $1,892,900.
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
Question. I didn't even know what this was until this summer, and they did it in front of my house for like weeks and weeks. This is a big deal, what we're having to do with these pipes, so I appreciate I watched how they put the coating in, and it's incredible. However, the question I have, I support this, but are we making sure that we put that new coated pipe in our new developments so that we don't have this 25 years or 30 years from now to do this, have to go through it again? I mean, the pipes now have the coating in them. They're a little more expensive, but it's got to be cheaper than what we just went through. I mean, it took a lot of man hours, a lot of work to do what they did. So is that a requirement of the new piping that's gone in?
Yes, we've stopped using that corrugated metal pipe that was used many, many years ago.
And what are we using? Are we using this line, whatever it's called?
We use a high-density polyethylene pipe. We still are also using concrete pipe.
And how do you decide that?
Well, typically, high-density polyethylene is used in the smaller sizes. When you get bigger sizes or deeper fill sections, the concrete pipe is used.
I don't know, I'm not an expert, but I'm just saying, in this particular case, sometimes it's better to pay a little bit more upfront than what we had to do going back, because it's costly, very, very costly, and the time and all involved. And plus, this stuff is breaking down. It's the storm drains. It was a lot of work, and they didn't have that product back then. But now that we do, we need to make sure we're putting a better product in, and it might be a higher price point, but it's worth the investment. That's my point. And thank you, guys. It was a big job.
And this is specific locations. Are there provisions in this if you decide you want 3 more done, or not really? Is this just a fixed bid?
These are a unit price, so we could do a change order if we need to, but there are certain provisions in regards to the change orders.
Gotcha. Any questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Carroll Transit Trailblazer routes.
Good afternoon to you both.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
All right, guys. We are here this afternoon to talk to get your approval for 2 small adjustments to our Westminster Trailblazer routes. Just as a reminder, our current Trailblazer system currently consists of 7 fixed routes in Westminster, Tawnytown, and North Carroll. Our system continues to evolve, and we regularly evaluate ridership, travel times, deviations, and overall efficiency to best serve our citizens. I do want to make a quick correction to the briefing paper. It notes that both changes are to our purple route, but that's incorrect and totally on me. We are proposing 1 change to the purple route and 1 change to the black route. Both routes are in Westminster, however. The first proposed change involves combining 2 existing stops. The purple route currently stops at both the Sterner Avenue Medical Complex and Carroll Hospital. Combined, these stops serve an average of only 1 rider per day based on the past 5 years of ridership data. However, we recognize the importance of maintaining access to the hospital. To balance efficiency and accessibility, we are proposing that the official stop be located at the Sterner Avenue Medical Complex. Riders who need to be dropped off at the hospital can simply inform the driver, and the bus will deviate there with no extra charge. This adjustment will save approximately 3 minutes per loop, giving the driver additional schedule flexibility to remain on time. The second change is to the Westminster Black route. We are requesting the removal of the stop at Westminster City Hall, which was added in 2022. Since then, this stop has averaged only 0.62 riders per day, making it the least utilized stop on the route. Removing the stop will have minimal impacts on riders, as City Hall remains within deviation range of other nearby stops, so riders who still need access can request a deviation to reach that location. Importantly, for both changes, the schedule and stop times for all other locations will remain the same, further minimizing any impact on our current riders. These changes, if approved, will go into effect January 1st and will be advertised on the buses starting Monday, so riders have ample notice.
And will those advertisements on the buses also indicate that citizens can request being dropped off at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that they know that they have that option.
Yep, of course.
And I'm glad that they will have that option.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to approve the proposed route changes and proceed with public notice and implementation.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion?
Yeah, just on, the few people that are using this, can they do it on-demand trip? I mean, do they have other options?
Yeah.
Okay. And the other thing, while we're on the subject, I thank you for sending out the questionnaire in the senior centers and all over, trying to figure out, what the needs are, because I think there is need, and we've really got to figure out. I don't know what the need is. I just hear about it anecdotally. So they're handing out the paper copies because most of those people don't know how to use QR codes. But I just know that one man that came here the other day that was blind and couldn't drive. Just to get to our meeting to get a citation, one way was $56 on Lyft, and that's unacceptable because he can't get, not sure how to do the ride. So we need to make sure we're able to take care of people that really need these rides, and all over the county. And you don't know what the demand is until we get the surveys back. So thank you for doing it, and thank you for giving us the paper copies. Appreciate it, and hopefully we'll get some clear responses, and hopefully we're going to soon vote on the 2 more members of your board, so you have a full complement of your board, your council.
So I think you got one. I think you got a third one.
Okay.
So that would make the full, because we need 7.
Yeah, and I know you've had trouble with,
openings.
and one thing we've talked about too, just while you're here, is the minutes. They haven't been approved because you haven't had a full council. I think we've talked about that you can just put them up as a draft so people can read them, and that's fine. Just want to make sure everybody knows that. And we're sorry we haven't had a full complement of people to work with. And,
It's okay.
And
I think we're getting there.
And for people that are paying attention, listening, they can get on by Zoom, because some of the folks can't get there. They can't get to the transit meetings because of their disability. So if they can participate remotely, it allows the people that we need to be on the committee to do it. So thank you for all of those accommodations.
And last meeting, 105 was full.
It was packed. We had a great meeting on Monday.
And I thought I was going to have to sit in the corner.
Thought about it.
And you
Just for
had
you.
it one virtual?
Yes, we had one joined
Yeah,
virtually. Yes.
sometimes you have 2 or 3, but
Good.
yeah, they do it well. And the Director of Public Works was at the last one.
I heard it was going to be a popular ticket.
He likes to be with the popular kids.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Now, Transit System Safety Management Plan.
All right, one more transit thing. So the second item is to get your approval for the updates on our Public Transportation Safety Agency Plan. The plan is required by transit operators who receive FTA grant funds and includes processes for safety management, an employee reporting program, performance targets, and a timeline for conducting annual reviews. The plan was first put together in 2020 and has had a few updates since. The bulk of the plan is made up of things that we already had in place. We just documented them all in one plan. The employee safety reporting program includes pre- and post-trip inspections, accident and near-miss reports. There's also a section on identifying if a hazard was preventable and the steps to prevent it moving forward. The main item that changes with each update is the performance targets, as is the case with this one. The targets for fatalities, injuries, safety events, and transit worker assaults have not changed, only the target per 100,000 revenue miles. Since we base our targets on the revenue miles for the previous fiscal year, they change slightly year to year. So that's the only change between the targets from last year to this year. There was one other small change, which was just the addition of a summer skills training, which was implemented this summer for CTS, where all the drivers were participating in specific courses in the parking lot. So each week they did a different small course to, talk backing and pulling in and left turns and right turns and things like that. So we added that to the safety plan because we're going to continue doing that moving forward. I know that you guys all received your plan, so do we have any other questions about the plan or the changes?
And this is required how often?
So we are required to review it annually. We haven't been, the last big update was last year because they required us to add some more targets. But unless the FTA gives us more direction to add more things, it's up to them.
Motion to approve the updated Carroll Transit System Safety Management Plan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Public Works with installation of replacement parks for the Freedom District Water Treatment Plant.
Good day, Commissioners.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Division of Utilities, requests Board of Commissioners approval to award a contract for the purchase and installation of additional replacement parts for the Freedom District Water Treatment Plant Plate Settler in Commissioner District 5 to Parks Corporation of Cleveland, Ohio, in the amount of $99,690. This award will be made via a single source. This proposal amount is within the adopted budget.
So during the evaluation of our plate settlers, it was found that we had several more parts that were in a state of total disrepair. This overall rehabilitation effort will essentially result in brand-new plate settlers that should be viable, functioning components for the next 12 to 15 years. So we are saving a large amount of money by going with this route versus buying brand-new overall units and installing them. And just to be clear, there are two primary functions that I want to explain here. The plate settlers are only treating the return water to the reservoir. It's not part of the drinking water per se. So we draw on average about 2.1 million gallons of water from the reservoir. About 10% of that is used as processed water, which is then sent back to the reservoir. So these plate settlers actually clean that return water prior to it being sent back to the body of water. And as I insinuated, this effluent treatment process is completely separate from the drinking water process. That is a complete separate treatment train within our water treatment plant. They're not correlated whatsoever. Any questions for me?
What is the, what's the total that we use every day?
2.1 million gallons.
2.1, that's what's used, but then you said how much is returned back?
Approximately 200,000 gallons.
200, okay, gotcha. And is that something that's required by MD or something to make sure it's returned clean? Is that what?
Yes, it is. It's part of our MPDS permit that's associated with the plant.
Okay.
And there's two primary parts that we're taking out of it. One is the aluminum component that's part of the flocculation chemical that allows the sediments to bind together. So that chemical byproduct has to be taken out prior to the water's return. And then also the sediment itself, as strange as it sounds, it comes from the reservoir to begin with. We have to return less sediment than what we take out of the reservoir.
Interesting. Well, I just want to tell you, we have delicious drinking water. It's very expensive, and I now know why. Every time I read these, and it comes out of the fund that goes into the drinking water fund, so it's not out of the county budget, but that's why, because we have to do all these things to make sure it's clean and we return it good. So I drink my liquid gold, and I appreciate it. I'm just going to drink more of it so I get my money's worth. But thank you for explaining that. So I move that the Board of Commissioners award a contract for the purchase and installation of additional replacement parts for the Freedom District Water Treatment Plant Settler to Parkson Corporation in the amount of $99,690.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. Any questions, discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, two Ford F-350 crew cabs, four-wheel drive.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Division of Fleet and Warehouse, requests your approval to purchase two 2026 Ford F-350 Crew Cab four-wheel drive trucks from Hertrick Fleet Services Incorporated in the amount of $109,902. This purchase will be made from a Howard County contract that Carroll County will utilize. This amount is within the FY26 approved budget.
Both trucks will serve as replacement vehicles for the Division of Facilities. The current trucks are 17 years old, have high mileage, exhibit significant deterioration and rust. The new trucks will be used to tow trailers carrying multiple mowers and equipment, as well as transport full crews throughout the county and to various buildings. In addition to crew transport, the vehicles will be used year-round to haul salt and other materials. These units are essential for maintaining the county's facilities and grounds. The existing units will be decommissioned and sold at auction. They could bring between $2,000 to $6,000. One of them, due to its condition, most likely will be on the lower side of $2,000. The time frame, we're looking about 12 weeks, and that's including the holidays.
Motion to approve the purchase of two 2026 Ford F-350 Crew Cab four-wheel drive trucks from Hertrick Fleet Services Incorporated in the amount of $109,902.
Second.
And I apologize, I might have drifted off. Did you say what you're doing with the old ones? Are they?
Yes, they are going to be decommissioned and sold at auction. Like I said, one will be, it's going to be closer to 2,000. The other one will bring 2,000 to 6,000, depending on.
Yeah, because they're old.
One's in real bad shape, so yes.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Now, 2025 Ford Transit cargo van.
The Office of Procurement, in cooperation with the Division of Fleet and Warehouse, requests your approval to purchase one 2025 Ford Transit 350 cargo van from Atlantic Machinery Incorporated in the amount of $143,200. This purchase will be made from a Virginia Sheriff's contract that Carroll County will utilize. This amount is within the FY26 approved budget.
This van is an addition and will be utilized by the Division of Utilities throughout the county. It will be the transportation and operation platform for the county's sanitary sewer inspection camera. Currently, the camera is transported around the county via trucks. This is problematic for the camera itself, personnel safety, and operational logistics. It will offer necessary protection for storage and the transportation of the inspection camera. The time frame on this, we're being told 8 to 10 weeks.
Motion to approve the purchase of one 2025 Ford Transit F-350 cargo van from Atlantic Machinery Incorporated in the amount of $143,200.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your time.
Public comment.
Thank you for yours.
I have 3 people here for public comment.
Want to do phone first or here first?
They've been here.
Let's do here first.
Okay.
Okay, the first one I have is Natalie Sanchez.
First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Krebs. I didn't know a lot about the deferral ordinances before today, but I learned a lot. Thank you for advocating on behalf of the residents of Freedom District. But I'm here to speak about the sheriff. Last week, the Carroll County Times published a story detailing Sheriff DeWeese's alleged unethical sexual relationships with subordinates and colleagues in the sheriff's office and the state's attorney's office. I'd like to highlight 2 points about this situation. Number 1, Sheriff DeWeese is immensely hypocritical. He tried to seal parts of Ms. DeWeese's divorce complaint, stating that the, quote, allegations are unsubstantiated and only serve to harm the individuals named without due process. But when it comes to immigrants, DeWeese doesn't care about due process. DeWeese slandered Miss Elsie Barrios, who was kidnapped from the streets of Westminster by masked ICE agents, stating, quote, it's about time they came up and got her. She's no big loss to the community. Miss Barrios had no criminal charges. She had a valid work permit and a pending asylum case. Also, through DeWeese's collaboration with ICE, immigrants' due process rights are violated by design. DeWeese would love Carroll County residents to believe that he is handing over violent criminals to ICE from the Carroll County Detention Center. But since August 1st, 2025, when the Sheriff's Office formal collaboration with ICE began through a 287G agreement, 7 people have been arrested in Carroll County who have ICE detainers. None of them have committed violent crimes. These individuals will or already have been handed over to ICE, regardless of the outcomes of their charges. One of these individuals had their charges dismissed, yet because of DeWeese's collaboration with ICE, they were handed over to an inhumane deportation pipeline with no due process. But DeWeese seems to only care about due process if it impacts him. My second point. DeWeese's alleged unethical behavior opens up all kinds of concerns related to his fitness to hold his position. First, his alleged behavior could have created a hostile, abusive, and unfair work environment. Second, if DeWeese had sexual relationships with lawyers in the state's attorney's office, those relationships could have compromised investigations or created Brady information that wasn't properly disclosed to defense. This could have led to interference with the administration of justice in individual cases. Third, his alleged verbal abuse calls into calls into question his ability to fairly oversee an agency that deals with domestic abuse regularly. All of these issues could open up the county to lawsuits. So I'm here to ask the commissioners the following. I'm happy that an investigation has been called for by the Sheriff's Department, but I would like you to pressure the department to put DeWeese on leave while that investigation occurs. And I'm also here to ask the residents of Carroll County the following. Do not allow our government officials to ignore these serious allegations against DeWeese. We don't keep our community safe by removing immigrants. We keep our community safe by holding those in power accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Josh Wilhide.
Start the clock?
Yep,
All
go
right,
ahead.
okay, yep. Good day, Commissioners. My name is Josh Wilhide. In recent days, our community has been confronted with serious allegations involving Sheriff Jim DeWeese. I recognize that the sheriff is an elected official, and I've heard the Commissioner's comments that this matter is outside of your jurisdiction. But I ask you today, is it really outside of your responsibility to speak when the public confidence is shaken in the highest-ranking law enforcement officer in our county? You have already set clear precedents from this board to use your collective voice when issues beyond your county control affects our citizens. Just recently, as of October 30th, one of the commissioners publicly commented on the federal government shutdown, calling on the Maryland federal senators to vote on reopening the government. That was far beyond your county authority, yet you spoke out on it because it affected the people. Likewise, this board has taken a firm public stance against the state's blueprint for Maryland's future of education law, another issue clearly outside of your direct jurisdiction. Why? Because it impacts the local taxpayers in the schools. In both cases, you recognize that jurisdictional boundaries do not erase moral responsibility. You spoke up because these issues matter to the people you serve. This situation is no different. Allegations of this nature against the sitting sheriff go to the heart of the public trust. When confidence in law enforcement is shaken, it affects every citizen's sense of safety and fairness. Silence from our county leaders risks sending the wrong message. That political boundaries matter more than public accountability. I am not asking for this board to interfere with any investigations. I'm asking you to reaffirm your values, to stand for integrity, transparency, and the trust of the people that you represent. And I expect that the commissioners to publicly support the independent investigation requested by Major Justin Baker so that this process can move forward openly and fairly. You have spoken before when it's outside issues touched our community. Please show that same leadership now with integrity of our institutions is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Donald Kuhn. Donald may have left. Okay. And last is Andrew Manning.
All right. Hello, everybody. In lieu of the holiday times, I'm going to begin with a little jingle. Welcome, all ye faithful. Oh, and Jim DeWise. Yes, it is I, Andrew Manning. For those that don't know, I do identify as a donkey. You may be thinking to yourself right now, oh, well, that fits perfectly. Well, yes, as the originator of the donkeys, I do feel as I'm a guiding light in the community. We do embrace the slur, both the Jack A-double-S one and the hard R version, Jack Arse. As you know, a few sessions ago, I did come out as special needs. I have decided that I may indeed wear a little sticker similar to this that has special needs on it, walk around town. So anybody is welcome to come up to me that is fellow special needs. We can talk about what color hair we like to dye ourselves. I am looking to get a nose ring pretty soon. But yes, so I am special needs. And let me think. I'm special needs. Yes. Yes. And, you know, coming out of special needs feels like a feels like a koala coming off my back. I don't want to offend our founding fathers and mothers over at BLM. And you may be saying to yourself, well, over at BLM, they seek reparations for the wool being pulled under their eyes. Well, here at DLM, we seek, Donkey Lives Matter, we seek reparations for the wool being pulled over our eyes. So I will get into that, and our numbers are growing every day. In fact, I have one of our members here with me. He is just a puppet after all, but we do accept all genders and species over at Donkey Lives Matter. And so I will be referring to my friend there, Mr. Josh Jekyll. I reclaim my time, I'm sorry. Josh Hyde, I yield my time. Can I have a new Ford truck? Oh my God, guys, this is unprecedented. I don't know what's happening right now. I did not rehearse this. Can you introduce yourself? Hi, my name is Jim DeWeisenhauer. And what do you do, Jim DeWeisenhauer? I run a brothel. Oh, you run a brothel. Okay, now what's that you said about you want a new Ford truck? Yeah, can I take 5 minutes to tell you all about it and not be interrupted like every other member of the public? No, Jim, that's not necessary. Let me help you out. So let me ask you this, Jim. Are you a fellow elected official? No. Jim. Are you a fellow elected official? Yes, I'm a fellow elected official. And is this truck going to be for personal use? What do you mean? Let me give you an example. Are you going to be taking your wife to Sunday brunch in this Ford truck? What? I'm sorry. That probably is a bad example. Okay. Thank you. My time's up. I don't like to go over. So
one of you needs to finish their thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being kind and let me say my public comment. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any? That's it right here, right? Do we have anyone on the phone?
Oh, yes, we do. Ms. Adelaide, could you use *6 to unmute? You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Well, that is going to be a hard act to follow, even for me. Long live free speech. So I did want to start off by saying thank you for the patience for everybody with the deferral ordinances. Appreciate that. Also, your comments on the Veterans Day event. My father was a World War II veteran, so he was one of the last ones, died at 95. So I appreciate all your comments and all you did for the veterans. And then finally, and I don't know if I want to follow too closely to all the other commenters there, but I'm glad they came in. And I did want to thank you, Commissioner Kyler, for bringing up the elephant in the room. And I do mean the elephant as in the Republican elephant with a capital R. I did miss the published account by of the board, so I appreciate that you read it, short as it was. And I guess I'm alarmed by the level of fear of elected Republican officials in Carroll County regarding these allegations who are afraid to speak up. And I don't necessarily blame them. And I've even been warned, not as a conspiracy of silence to stay silent about it, but for my own safety and fear of retaliation. Obviously, I'm going to disregard that, but not completely. So I'm glad that the next thing was for the state prosecutor's office to initiate an investigation. And I will just say that there has been, scuttle from the Democrats, maybe the independents. Where is the Republican response? So as a Republican elected on the Carroll County Republican Central Committee, I speak only for myself in that elected position. And I will say that no elected Republican in Carroll County should commit adultery, which is still a crime in Maryland and is a violation of the oath of office to follow the laws of the state of Maryland. And finally, you can't disavow yourselves completely from this. You fund the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. So I'm going to ask that either a task force or something else be done to monitor the situation because funding does make a difference and it could impact just the level of impact of this is really almost unfathomable. So I hope there will be more monitoring and some other response. But I really do appreciate, because I didn't hear the your public comment before. Moving on to other Carroll County Republican Central Committee news. We don't have a meeting in November because the fourth Thursday is our usual meeting, and that will be Thanksgiving. So I'll be wishing everybody happy Thanksgiving now. And then Our next regular meeting will be December 4th, followed by the MDGOP convention on Friday and Saturday on December 5th and 6th. More about that later. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope you enjoy a long-awaited lunch. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Admin session open. Does anybody have any items?
Yes, Commissioner Krebs does.
I do, but I don't know where I put it. A long time ago. Totally, I should have written it on my calendar. If I don't say this right,
Will help.
okay. I would like to make a motion that the Board of County Commissioners request the county attorney to draft local Carroll County legislation to codify the Board of Commissioners' ability in the role of the Board of as the Board of Health, as described in state law, to policy and appeals, not limited to policy and appeals, to set,
Not limited to issues
not limited to
regarding-
issues regarding policy and appeals, I have policies.
Well,
here. I wrote this down real quick this morning. I forgot to go back.
Including but not limited to issues regarding policies and appeals.
Including but not limited to issues to set policies. Got that?
Second.
Yep, sounds good. Discussion, questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Good. Anything else for admin open?
Just signing things. The first couple things are.
There are some with all of us?
Yeah, the first one or two.
So you
The
got
first
another
two,
one
one's an
coming.
ordinance and one's an annex.
Okay.
And then the rest is
And,
for commission.
and while we're doing that, can we do agenda comment? And Wanda, public comment made you smile.
Hello, Wanda, how are you?
Good.
Ready?
Yes.
Monday, November 17th shows no activities. That is Rhonda's birthday, and I better remember that.
You just did.
Tuesday, November 18th at 8:30 is Carroll Hospital's legislative briefing, and Commissioner Kyler and Commissioner Krebs are attending. At 9 a.m., Planning and Zoning, Commissioner Gordon. At 1 p.m.,
Bless you.
joint County Commissioners and Planning Commission meeting, all five. And at 2 p.m., which will be tough probably to make, Veterans Advisory meeting with Commissioners Gordon and Kyler. On Wednesday, Historical Society of Carroll County Board meeting, Commissioner Gordon. At 5 p.m., Carroll County Board of Trustees meetings, Commissioner Kyler. And Emergency Services Advisory Council at 7 p.m., Commissioner Gordon. And
Garrett.
she left. That,
Right?
it's not our event, but the delegation's having a meeting in the Reagan Room from 6 to 8?
I'd 7, I think.
6.
6, it is 6.
Did you say Gordon or,
On the 19th.
did you say Gordon or Garen
18th,
for
it's the
ESAC?
18th.
For which?
Delegation meetings,
ESAC,
the
7.
Garen,
Okay.
sorry. I probably said it wrong.
I'm just making sure I didn't misread something.
Garen will still
Delegation
go.
meeting's the
He'll
18th.
ignore me.
What's it, 8?
It's the 18th. The delegation meeting is the 18th.
I thought it was the 19th.
Yeah. In the Reagan Room, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I'll be late, and Commissioner Garen, you may not be there.
Wait a minute.
On Thursday,
Wait,
8
I'm
a.m.
sorry.
closed admin, 9 a.m. open session. Item 1, the passport program, drawing for the winner, because it's over, yes. The drawing for the winner for the grand prize, and then we'll adjourn and go into Board of Health with the Health Department, and then we'll adjourn that and come back into open session. Review community reinvestment repair funds,
I know, it's all got.
Operation Stability Reserve Policy, approve and accept award for the local government energy modernization, Carroll County Code Chapter 50 Solid Waste proposed revisions, spending authority, occupational physicals and drug testing for fire and EMS, approval to purchase fire and EMS learning management system subscription. Item 9 is the bond sale, and that'll be the results
Right, so the working with bond counsel, the comptroller's office, lets the world know that our bonds are now for sale. They conduct the bond sale, and then at the appropriate time, they tally up the results, they certify those results, and then they bring them into you for acceptance. It has to be done within a particular period of time at the after the close of sale. So we, just as a reminder, every year, sort of let that be a fluid time. So if they're ready at 11, they'll be in at 11, and when you finish that one agenda item, they should go next. If they're not ready till 1, then you'll please stick around, at least 3 of you, to accept the bond sale, if that makes sense.
Yep. Okay, and last year we had a number
Yes.
of bidders and a very good rate, so I'm hoping we have luck this year.
Yeah, the last couple of years, we've had well over 15, I think
Yes.
close to 20
And- and-
bidders.
And just to clarify, I just looked it up, the town hall for the delegation is November 19th.
Correct.
It's Wednesday.
Right.
He's got the ad right, this-
I can show you, Roberta. It's,
No, I believe you, that doesn't,
Yeah, it's Wednesday.
Did we talk about this yet?
Wednesday at 6 PM, you're right about the 6 PM. So question on that, we just passed this,
okay, thank you.
this request that we didn't have before about the health officer. Do we need to be, I mean, I have my Lions Club board meeting that night, but I can miss it. But do we need to be there to present this piece of legislation to them?
I don't think so. What I've told some people when we're talking to them, and Pam will be there.
Yeah, Pam
right?
will be
So
there, I'll be
she'll
there, Tim will be
to-
there.
To
Yeah.
present, but I've also told people, I would ask Justin or West, one of them, do you need me there, or do you have enough information?
I
'Cause-
think we're good, and
Yeah,
I'm sure they'll have questions, it'll need to be
Yes.
refined.
Because I was my bill before I left, and Delegate Rose has picked up on that. We can refine what we already had in, but I will be happy to pull all my stuff out, and if I can get there and do Zoom on the other thing, I will. So put me down for that, but
Maybe not.
maybe
Understood.
not.
And thanks for correcting me on the time and date.
Yeah, I
I'm
thought-
totally confused. Appreciate it. Lots going on.
And Tim, if you could share that with me as you're doing it, then we can make sure we got captured the stuff we want to have in there. Because they can get it pre-filed then, and it'll be a lot quicker. Get it drawn up first.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, public comment.
Oh, wait a minute, we'll go back to the board meeting. I just want to know, next week, on the 20th, I will be late. I have a LifeBridge meeting in the morning. I do that every 2 months. So for closed administrative, I don't know what we have going on, but I'll get here as quick as I can. I have it from 8 to 10. I'll get here by 10. I'll just leave
So-
early.
So you'll miss closed and be here as soon as you can for open?
Just,
Oh,
that's okay.
just tell me what you're doing at closed.
do you want us to postpone the Board of Health until you get here and put a couple items first?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great, yeah.
Okay,
No, I
we'll move
definitely-
them around
I
so
forgot
that
about
they do.
Yes, thank you. That would be great.
We'll do a couple things before
I
that.
appreciate that.
No, no problem.
And I'm sorry, I'm not hearing.
Board of
but-
Health, we'll move
Yes,
the-
but
Yeah.
are you safe at 9:30, or we need to
Oh,
back
no,
that
no,
up?
no, she's going to make it later.
We're going to switch a few around. So make
Yes,
sure that-
yes, we're going to back that up to whatever a safe time is.
I would just make it at the end of all this other stuff. That way, I mean,
Yeah.
I'll be there, but
Yeah.
that way they know to come later. And we got to be here till noon anyway with the bond sale, so,
Give or take, that's, yeah.
yeah, if you could put them
Okay,
at the, I mean, I will be here, but just put them at the end. Appreciate your indulgence on that.
Review community reinvestment and repair funds. Operational Stability Reserve Policy, submit application, accept award, local government, energy modernization. We were through these. We were through these once and
Yeah, I
just
think we
went
went
back to
backwards.
change Board of Health, so. I was
Sorry.
gonna say, I'm repeating
I was gonna-
myself.
I'm sorry.
And,
No, he's good. You're good. I'm sorry. Go.
oh, sorry, what's that?
You're good. I'm just-
Okay. Admin session open, agenda review, land acquisition for closed, or closed for land acquisition. And then at 1 PM, work session on age restricting housing, and we're fine that that's the subject. We agree
Very
to that?
timely.
And that's 7 p.m. is a EMS pinning and promotion ceremony. at
Ms. Hill, I'll be
Wentworth Mill.
I'll be attending that, if you can put me down for it.
Oh, good, so all of us will be there.
So all 5 will be there. Friday shows nothing, Saturday shows nothing, Sunday is Commissioner Krebs' podcast. Monday to November 24th, Union Bridge Town Council, Commissioner Vigliotti. On Tuesday, Shepherd's staff preview of the Festival of Trees at John Street Quarters and shows no one.
Wanda, could you put me down for that? Thank you.
And Wednesday shows blank. Thursday is Thanksgiving Day. On Friday, the offices are closed for Thanksgiving. Saturday shows nothing, and Commissioner Vigliotti probably already has his speech written.
Right,
Well,
mine.
it looks like Thanksgiving week, Commissioner Gordon and I are the only ones who are doing any work.
Wait a minute.
I need a motion to go into close for land acquisition and then adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
That's where you